Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. This is a 20-part video series showing you how to create BJOS house. Let's get started. So to start, let's open a new architecture template. So click on New, go to the drop down and then click on Architecture Template and then press OK. First, we're going to add in some grid lines. So under Architecture, we have the grid line right here. You can type in GR and then click from the bottom up to the top. Make sure it's 90 degrees as you can see there earlier. Press Escape and then Escape. So if you click from top to bottom, you could just click here and then click on check so that you could see the grid bubble. So you could do that if you want to. Press Escape and then now zoom in again and then click on the grid line. We can then use copy command so that we could copy 3 more grids. You can go to under modify. We have the copy command right here, or you can type in CO and then after that grab it and then pull it to the right. Now you will need to type in 4070. And then now the reason that we cannot copy it again is because we forgot to click on multiple. So now you can click on CO again or click on this icon under modify. Now what you have to do is you need to check multiple so that we could add multiple. So grab it from here and pull it again on the right side and then type in 4470 and then move it again on the right side and then type in 1100. So press escape and then escape again. As you can see, this is overlapping each other. So what you have to do is you have to click it and then you could click on this to add an elbow. As you can see, it added an elbow so that you will be able to see everything correctly and nothing is overlapping. You can then drag it from here if you want it on the left side or the right side. So you'll be able to customize it whatever you want. So here as well, let's click on this icon. It's a small zigzag that adds you an elbow. So it recognizes that we want it on the right side, and if you don't want it, you just need to click it again and then drag it. So depending on what you want. So now press escape and then escape again. Type in GR again. That's for grid line. And then now we're gonna add it. We're gonna add the horizontal grids. So now we're gonna go from right side to left side. So just add one for now. Press escape. I'm going to click it again and then click on the bubble and then zoom here. And what I'm gonna do is we're gonna edit the grid bubble so that we could change it to a capital A. So zoom out and then now as you can see we have a letter A here and then you can just click it and then click on copy command under modify and then grab it and then pull it down. First we're gonna put in 775455 And then next will be 4595. And then last will be 2455. Press escape and then escape again. Now we have everything added. What we're gonna do is we're just gonna move everything in the middle so that everything is in center. So the reason that we're moving this so that everything will be seen from our elevation points. So this is our elevation points. And then if you have it from here, everything that you make here won't be seen. So you need to move it. So this is something that is movable. So press escape a couple of times. And then now what we could do is we could go to our elevation. This will be our south elevation. And then just double click it there. And then we're going to edit the height of our level 1 to level 2. We're just going to click it here. And then we're going to put 3000. So that will be fine. And then you can click it here and then click on copy command. So the difference between doing this is once we create this, you will need to show the floor plan level 3 here. And there's a couple of what do you call this, steps to do that. So I'm gonna show you both of them. So here I'm gonna click it, type in CO, pull it up, and then type in 3000. So once you create that, you have our level 3, but your levels are not here yet. So you will need to go to view and then go to plan views, floor plan, and then you will need to highlight that and then click OK. And then once you click OK, you will be able to see level 3 right there. So as you can see, you have the level 3 there. Let's go back here, undo it, and then I'm going to show you another way that you bypass this step again, and that is by just adding level. So it's under architecture. You can type in LL. So we can type in LL or click here. And the difference between this is you will need to add it manually yourself. So as you can see, there's a temporary dimension that is showing there. You'll be able to see your height. And then here, you just need to do it like that. And automatically, it will add the level there. So both ways will do. But what I usually do is the create option because it's faster for my part because you don't need to do left and right. And also, it's very simple to just go to view and then click on plan view. But it depends on how you want it. At least you know the two ways to do it. Now we need to click here and stretch it a bit. This is overlapping. Make sure you don't overlap anything like that so that everything is visible. So we just need to add a ledge this one. So now everything is good. Go back to level 1 and want to make sure that everything is done. What we can do now is go to architecture, or sorry, go here, and then you can type in DI or align dimension. What we could do here is we could add in our dimensions. So I'm adding our dimensions at the moment like that, and then add it like this. What we could do is we could click one of this and then we could stretch it. And as you can see, it provided a temporary dash line that indicates that once you put one up, everything will follow. So that's very useful. So now we have our dimension. We could pull this down so that we could have everything lined up. What we could do here is click one of this again and then just drag it. Let's drag it so that you can see that this is all moving all together because of that dash line. Now, let's add in the dimensions as well. So you need to add the dimension so that first is for your benefit so that you will see all your dimensions when you're creating your space, and also benefit for that is so that you guys can follow. So at least you can pause this video and then you'll see the dimension that I create, and then you'll be able to follow. I press escape multiple times, and then you want to make sure that you save your file. So I'm going to save it. So you want to make sure you save your file. So I just saved mine. And then now what we could do is we could add in our wall. So I'm going to click on wall. And then right here, it went to basic wall generic 200 millimeters. So for new Revit, I believe the basic wall doesn't have anymore. So what you mostly have is the one with already have all the assemblies included. So you can choose that as well. What you need to do is just click on edit type and then duplicate that. We're gonna call this exterior wall number 1. Press OK, and then you need to go to edit, and then we need to remove. So we just need to remove everything. We're not going to be able to move the core boundaries and the structure. So now we could just delete that, delete this, and then we could just leave this one in the middle. And then now we could just change the thickness. I'm gonna do is 200 or 150. And then for here, we're just gonna change it to a different material. Let's say clad white. I'm gonna press OK and then OK. So our exterior thickness is 150, and then press OK again. So now the next thing we're gonna do is we're gonna add in our wall. But before we do that, you will need to change this. So as you can see, it's unconnected and it's under up to 8,000. As you remember when we did our elevation, we set the level 1 to level 2 as 3,000, and then level 2 to level 3 are 3,000 as well. So what we need to do now is once you click on wall again, you can change it from here and then from there as well. So as you can see, we want it from level 1 to level 2. So we're just going to click it there and click apply. So now it will set to level 2 as well. So you can change it in multiple areas right here. So this is, if you change it here, it will change it right here. So vice versa. So this is very useful. And then we're going to use wall center line. So I want my wall to be centered on the grid line. And then chain is already checked, so we're good with that. So now what we can do is we go to A1. So A1, and then going up to A3. Go down, and then we need to go and surpass right here. We need to type in 54. So 5,400, so 5,400. And then now we need to pull it on the left side. Around 500 will be good enough. So you can type in 500 from there and then go down up to this spot. So the B grid line. So once you're there, you would need to go to B4. So click it here. So now just to repeat, 5400, 500, and this one just pull it down all the way to the grid line B, and then from here turn right to B4, which is right here. So now what we need to do is we need to go down to C. This one is C4, and then go right here up to our C2, and then going down to D2, and then we're gonna stop it there. After that, let's go to D1. So we're gonna start to D1 and then all the way to A1 again. So now it's closed. Right here, what we're gonna do is we're gonna click B1 going to B2, and then what we could use here is we could just type in TR, that's trim and extend under modify, and then click on here and then there. So now everything will be just one single wall. So that's much better. Press escape and then escape again. So I'm just gonna click on here, and then we're going to click on this temporary dimension because I want to move it on the right side. So just type in 7370, and then there we go. We will have a double carport. This will be our entrance. Stairs will be located right here, and then kitchen, and then family room. So let's stop here for now and continue on the next video. Thank you for watching and hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In this video, we're gonna continue working on part 2 of this house build. Let's get started. So in the previous video, we were able to set up our grid lines, our level, our exterior wall. And here we're gonna continue working on this. So now what we're gonna do is we're gonna zoom in here, and then we're going to add our stairs. So let's go to architecture, and I'm gonna click on stairs, which is right here, and then don't forget to save your project, and then I'm just gonna leave it at 1000 width for the stairs, and then here I want it to be level 1 to level 2, and then number of desired stairs, we could leave it like that. I think that's good enough depending on how we want it. And then let's just click here to start. So I'm gonna click here, and then we could actually move it like that. And then I think 17 is too much, so I'm going to change it to maybe 14. And then because of that, it will change itself, it will recalculate everything, and then now we just need to have 17. So here, once you do that, we could click on finish. So we have our stairs. We can now select that. So we could um, move it accordingly to what we want. So something like that. I wanted to have some space here. At the same time, space will be added here as well. And then we could just use align AL so that we have it on the wall like so. I'm just gonna leave it like that. We can move this one left or right later on, depending on the design. I will have a door right here with a pantry, and then actually we could put the pantry right here, and then we could add something right here as well. So it's it's basically something that we could do: a storage right here, a pantry right here, and then a door here for the entrance from the carport. And then we also have the main entrance right here. So multiple entrance for sure. So now what we could do is we could add in our doors so that everything will be cleared. Um, so let's go to insert, load family. Once in your load family, go to doors and then click on residential. We could add the interior doors like this. So depending on what you want, I'm just gonna add it with this one. So interior one panel wood. So click on open. I usually select everything. So select one and then scroll down and then hold on shift and then click on the bottom. And it will select everything, it will highlight everything, and then you just need to press OK to load them. Yes, you want to continue, and then now you need to go back to architecture and then click on door, and then you'll be able to access those doors. And as you can see, this door is so small. So what we want is around 750 to 900 millimeters. So depending on what we do, and then we're going to maintain the height to 2000 millimeters, so 2 meters. So for now, let's add in 850 door right here. It looks like it's too big. So let's go to 750 by 2000. So I believe that's good enough size. And then we could flip it later on if the design doesn't work. So now we could just move it like that. And then we will have our landing here. And then here, what we could do is we could add in the interior wall. So let's click on here, edit type, duplicate. We just need to rename this interior wall number 1. Press OK. And then we're going to maintain the 150 thickness and also the material. So that's good. I'm going to add it here. So somewhere like that for now. And we're going to move this one a bit like that so that the error was like this one is overlapping here. And then here we could click on interior wall again, and we need to add a wall right here. And then that wall will be edited once we create a section wall or a section. So now to fix this, you will need to a section which is under here, which is around the top, but I move it right here so that everybody can see because of the way I edit or screenshot this video. So here I just need to go to right and then left so that the orientation. or you could just click it here and then flip it. So depending on what you want, it will be shown. So now I just pull it back so that we don't need to see everything else except this part. So now you can also double click it here, or you could just click it right here. So depending on what you want, you can also do that. So now, as you can see, we have our um, stairs right here, but we need to edit this wall. So what you need to do is select this wall and then edit profile. By editing the profile, you can see that you can attach this wall to the bottom of the stairs, or you can even overlap here. But I think the best way we should do this is to just create the profile right here. So what you can do is click on the line, or you could choose this, pick line, pick this line, and you're done. You just need to trim it, TR, and then TR here, and then delete everything else. Once you do that, you can click finish, and then now everything is connected. You could check it right here. It will be like that. You can just align this, AL, align it to this face and to this face, and then everything will be aligned. So that's another way. Also, you can delete, or you can edit the stairs so that you don't have this. So actually, I'm just gonna click this, edit type, and then if you don't want the stringers, I believe you need to put none and then none here. Once you do, you won't have that stringer. Now you will need to edit the profile again. So to do that again, you just need to go to your section, click here, and then edit profile again. Now as you can see, you need to pick lines again. So this is more tedious, but it will look much better in terms of your designing the interior. But most of the time, as you know, I don't do interior work, but at least you know what to do when you have this kind of dilemma. So now we just need to click on that, delete this. Now we need to trim and extend. So trim and extend again here. And then this wall, we could just extend it much more right here. And then as you can see, remove constraint, we can go over at the top. So it looks much better. We could cover this, and then we just need to add this right there. And then now we could trim and extend here, and then trim and extend right here. So it will look much proper. Now when you click it, click finish. If you see it on 3D, it will look much better. And then let's show it at a consistent color. And then what you need to do is you just need to align AL and then align them all together like that. So it will look seamless like that. This one, the left side, we don't need it, so you could just delete it like that, and you could just have this one, You can change this to maybe glass depending on what you want, or rectangle. So something to do when you're planning to do interior as well. So now we could just cover it with another wall. So if we go back here, we could click on the wall again, interior wall, and we could just close this off. So now once we close that off, I believe we need to move this all together so that it's right here on the wall. So I'm just estimating it. You can basically align it so that it's much better, but we need to align that on the other side just to be sure that everything is good again. There we go. So we align that as well. And then for the stairs, you can change the material. So you can click on the stairs, edit type, and then you can change the materials right here. So you need to go here and then thread and riser material. You can change it here. If you want clad white, you could do it. You could change it to cherry as well. And then for the riser, you can add the clad white. And as you can see, it all blends in. It's much better when you see it like that. And then here, you just need to add in the railing, the similar railing once you have the landing. The landing is the floor as well. So that looks very nice. So now we could add in the sliding door right here as well, or a door for our pantry. So let's go back here. We should just move this one like that. Let's insert and load the sliding door. So let's add this one. Click open, select the top, and then hold shift, select the bottom. And then now let's go back here and click on door. As you can see, it's just exact. And I believe if we click here, we will have an error message. But it looks like it doesn't, so we're good with that. But here, as you can see, it's too big. We could create our own. So we could edit, duplicate. We could close this. You could put any name you want, but you could put the name of the width. So maybe because this one is 1000, so we're just gonna put 800. I know it's very small, but at least we have a storage right there. We could also add in a door as well, but I want to show you how you can edit um, some families that you will need. So here under width, you can just put in 800, and once you do, everything will be recorded, and you will see that we'll be able to add that door with a specific width. So that's how easy it is to change or to edit families depending on the families, because some families are hard to do because the way that people did it, they didn't set up it properly. So depending on how the family was set up. Here This is our pantry, but we're just gonna go to annotate and then add in some detailed line. I'm gonna use demolish, and then here we're just going to add a demolish and a thin line showing that there is some shelvings there. So something that you could do as well, so that to show that there's like shelvings here to put some stuff. And then if it's a closet, most of the time you put in two dash lines. So here we have one line, and here is a dash line. So a straight line and then a dash line. Let's add in our another wall. So another trick that I want to show you is once you have, for example, this interior wall and you want to add it again, simply just type in CS. So that's create similar under modify. So that is this one, create similar. So I already type it, so it's already grayed out here. But it's basically telling Revit that you want to do the same thing that the one that you click, you want it to do it again. So it applies to a door, furniture, and walls, and everything that you can think of. So that's something that you should know what to do so that you don't need to keep on looking. So, because once you loaded a lot of stuff, it will be hard to just keep on looking for it and then adding it. So once you have it right there, you can always use copy command or create similar if you're doing it like a wall right here. So now we're going to add it like this. For the dimension, I want it to be 3000. So let's delete this again and then let's type it. So CS from here, I want it to be 3000. So 3050. Let's do. So once you do have that, you need to close it here and then add in a closet right here. So the closet around 800 will be good enough. And then now, as you can see, I don't want to go to annotate again and then click here and then set it up with a demolish. So that's a lot of steps again. So what you could do is click this line, CS. So that's create similar. And as you can see, everything is set up accordingly. So you don't need to set it up again. It's already set up depending on what you click. And then here, I want a door similar to here, CS. Let's add in a door. In terms of size, you can click it again and then select your size right there. So that one is changes the height, but if you click it 15, it will change. So let's put it back. So that's how easy it is to change multiple already preset families like that. So that's a closet. Let's add in a door right here. This will be a different door. So let's go to insert, load family, and then let's add something exterior. I want this one, double, full. So click that, insert that, and then click at the top, hold shift, click on the bottom, press OK, and then yes, and then you need to go to architecture and then click on door or DR. I'm gonna maintain the 2000 millimeters, so I'm just gonna add it like that. We can also move it a bit, so depending on what you want. So we can move it right here or there. So for now, let's put it somewhere in the middle like that. And then I want to add the same door right here as well. So I'm gonna click the 750 by 2000 here, CS, and then let's add the door right here in the middle. Let's escape and then go to insert. Let's add in some toilet and some sink. So go back to the main. Let's go to plumbing, architecture, and then fixtures, water closet, and we have the 2D only for the toilet. We don't need the 3D, it's just gonna be just for visual. So press open and then type in CM. The CM is basically the component. So CM, the place of component. Once you load something that is not system, which is walls system, door system, window system, it will be you'll be able to see it only on component. So the good thing about here is you don't need to look for the ones that you load. As you can see, there's a lot of things that are loaded already, preset loaded. But by using CM, the process that I want you to do, and it's better, and I think this will make everything fast, is once you insert something, um, add it already on your drawing. And then by using CM, you don't need to click the component here or go to architecture, click component, and then look for it. It will be a lot of wasted time if you do that. There's another way in is by searching here. So again, um, that's the fastest way for me, and I believe that's a good way for you guys to learn so that you don't waste time. So now let's go back to insert, load family. We're gonna add in some sink there. So just go back right here under fixtures, and then we have sink, and then we have vanity. We could have round or square, depending on what you want. Let's add in the square. Click open, and then once you do, type in CM, so you don't need to look for it again. Press space bar so that to orient your object. So for example, if you click on here, this is somewhat round. If you click it here, it will contour depending on the where it's being overlaid. As you can see, because this is somewhat circular, it will contour to that circular object. And also right here, you can see that it moves depending on the orientation of that shape. So obviously, if we have it right here, and if you have it on space, it will be on 90 degrees. So that's just something that you need to, that's something good to know, especially if you have like a 45 degree. Oh, this one's somewhat 45. I could just use this so that I don't need to manually rotate it to 45. So something that it's good to know as well. So click on the sink, press escape, and then we could add in a line representing the work surface. So as you know, we have the line here as well. So CS, that's create similar. And then now we could just add it simply like that. And then we could just move this one using our arrow key, and everything is looking good. So we have a lot of space here, and we have a lot of entrance right here as well. So thank you for watching and I hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In this video, we're going to continue working on part 3 of this house build. Let's get started. So in the previous video, we were able to add in the stairs and added the powder room, the sink, and some doors. Now we're going to continue working on this by going to the kitchen and adding the kitchen stuff with the cabinets base and above. So we could start by adding a section. So save that first, and then let's add in a section right here. So by adding the section, now we'll be able to see what's going on right here. But before that, let's add in the base. So what we could do is we could go to architecture. I'm gonna click this drop down under component, and you will need to click on model in place. By clicking on the model in place, we will now select generic model. So click generic models and then press OK. And you don't need to worry about the names much. You could just leave it at generic model number 1. But it's up to you if you want to organize everything. So now we could click on this extrusion. And then once you click on extrusion, you can then now click on rectangle. And then here, we're going to add in the base. So we're going to add the base like this. Let's see how big it is. Then let's just move it all the way with the same depth here. So this is basically, let's check it. This is around 890 or 880. So that's perfect. We're gonna add an 880 base. And after that, the length of this, and it's around 3500 for the width or the length. So after that, click on finish. And then don't click finish again because we need to add in some voids. It's better if we could go to our 3D. So we're here our 3D, and for the height, let's put this one around 900. So it is extruded from the base 900. And then now we need to add in our void. So here I'm gonna click on void and then void extrusion. And then I'm gonna set a plane, and then I'm going to pick a plane, press OK, and then select this side. It should be on the side of this extrusion so that we can add in the kick plate right here, which is going to be around, we could do 100, and then click this one around 80. So 80 by 100. So that will be fine. And then now you can click finish. And in terms of the extrusion part, you can grab this instead and then just move it all the way at the end like that. So once you do, if you cannot see it, we could just change it to hidden. So once you do, Now you can click on cut geometry and it will disappear. Now you will have a cut plate like that. After this, you will need to set your materials first. So press escape, select this, um, choose your material. Let's add in a wood material, and then let's put in birch, glossy, apply, and then OK, and then click finish. Now we're done with the base for now. And then what we could do after is we could add in our top. So here, what we could do is we could click on architecture, and actually we could just select this one as well. It's not a problem. We could just edit type and we could add in another extrusion on top of this. So now if you click extrusion, if you set it on the top of this, you'll be able to set it as well. So it's better if you click on 3D, set it. So once you set it, pick a plane, and you're picking it from this plane. After that, you could go back to level 1 because we already set and you wanted it to be at the top of this. Now, you just need to click on rectangle again, the same line like that. And then now you just need to put 25. So once you click that and go to your 3D, you'll see that it added a top there. And then here, you just need to set your material to a stone. So let's go to stone and set our material. So we could use filled stone and then apply and then OK. And as you can see, and then we can click finish finally so that everything is done. So in that one model in place, you'll be able to create the shell. So the base shell, the top shell, the top work surface, and then the void form. So that's really nice. We'll be able to do that again by going to our section and adding the front of the or the top case for this kitchen. Before we do that, we could add in our sink. Let's go to insert, load family, and we're still under sink. The sink is under plumbing, architecture, fixture, and sink. So you could still find it there. And then choose one of the sink here for the kitchen, and we could add this triple. Press OK, open, and then now let's add it. So let's go to level 1, type in CM, spacebar to rotate, and then let's add it around in the middle, like so. So something like that. And then because we have our section already set up, you can just click it there. And we need to make sure that it's showing at the top. So we could move it upwards for now. AL, align it from the top here and then from the bottom of this. After that, another thing again is we need to edit the base cabinet. So now let's go back to level 1, zoom in, select this, edit in place. So because we're editing in this place, we need to void this form. Let's set this one at the top of this counter. And then now we're gonna go and add in a void form like so. So let's use rectangle, and then let's add this void form, and then click on finish. Don't click finish yet because we need to see and extend. So we could extend upwards and downwards. So I think that will be good enough. And then click cut geometry. And then now at least you'll be able to see what's going on there. And you able to cut in from whatever solid you have here. So now you can just click finish, and we have our sink right here. So next, go back to level 1 again, or let's go back to our section, and then let's finish adding our top or our cupboard. Let's go to our architecture, model in place, and then generic model. Click on generic model number 2, depending on the name you want. And then you need to set it. Pick a plane, which is this plane. So which is the wall. And then click extrusion. You want it to be 500 extruded from the wall. And then click here. And then now just create your case. I want it to be aligned here, so I type in EL and then align it here so that everything is aligned all together. Press escape, and then now let's set up the height properly. So I'm gonna put it around 850, and then let me pull this up. So I'm just estimating the height, and then in terms of material, I want it to be the same wood materials. So I believe that was birch, so it's already here. So birch glossy, press OK, and then we have it there. Now we could just click finish and then finish again. Look for your 3D, and as you can see, it's look nice. We can also change in, so I'm just gonna edit, click this, we could put 450 and then click finish on that. Go back to your section 2. So let's add in another one, but the top portion. So model in place, generic model, and then this will be another extrusion. Pick a plane, this wall again, and then let's add in this one. And then for the extrusion part, let's put in 800. And then make sure to change this. I don't know the color yet, but we could just put in something like in this paint. We could just use this for now, orange peel, and then click finish and then finish, and let's look at it. What we could do is we could just align this one as well. So AL, because it doesn't look nice if it's more than that. So basically the same one as the base. So that's good enough. I'm happy with this, the look. We could put in some lights at the top here. So let's finish this. by adding in the cabinet doors. So go back here, model in place. This will be another generic model. Okay. And then we will be adding an extrusion onto the face of the top. And then here, we're going to use a rectangle, and then let's offset this to 10. And then let's select it like that. So this is outwards, so I want it to be inwards. So I'm gonna click on spacebar. So it's 10 millimeters from the inside. So now after that, we could set this one to birch as well. So we could use birch glossy as well, similar to uh, the base or the case. Now let's click on the line. Let's look for the midpoint. And from the midpoint, we could click here and then put in 5. And let's click it here and outside. And then delete the ones in the middle. So that's only for our, so that we could check it. And then after that, you just need to divide everything. So depending on what you want, we could click on this and then let's divide everything by, let's see, 400, or let's see around maybe 600 will be good. Yeah, let's do 600 and then another 600, and then that looks good, and then click here, and then now let's divide it by 10 so that everything is according to that. And then now SL, click that one. So we need that gap here, and then below as well. And then TR. So we need to trim everything. So let's do the below first when we're trimming. So that's TR. That's the short for trim and extend. And then let's do the top portion. This one's done. And then let's do this side. Okay. So now that's done. We could now click. We need to just have it extruded 25 millimeters. So that's fine with me. Click finish and then finish again. And let's look at it 3D. So 25 is good enough. It might be too thick, 1 inch. So that's fine with me. I'm happy with this. So thank you for watching, and I hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In this video, we're going to continue working on part 4 of this house build. Let's get started. So in the previous video, we started doing the kitchen. Now we're going to continue working on this. We finish off by adding the cabinets for the top uh, cabinets here. And then now we're going to add it on the base cabinet. So now we're going to go to architecture again, model in place, and then generic model, and then press OK. We need to click on set and then pick a plane, which is this one. Then we're gonna set this and click on extrusion and set the extrusion to 25, which is we already did on the last part. And then here we're gonna go click on rectangle and type in 10 millimeters. We're gonna do the same at the top, which is clicking on the end and here, but instead of there, what you can do is we need to delete it actually because we forgot to um, click on the space bar so that it's from the inside. So now, as you can see, it's outside, but click on space bar, it's gonna go inside, offset from the inside. So now click on that, and then here we need to add in our gaps. What you could do is you could add two gaps like this, so two lines, and then click on copy. Multiple should be checked, and then just align it like this for now, and then we're gonna align it afterwards. So we're basically just adding the lines first and then using align OAL. So you can click this one, and then now we need to align this to here and then vice versa, and then this one to here, again right here. So you just need to do this. I know it's a tedious part, but it is what it is. We need to create our cabinet store. And then once you're done, type in SL. So type in SL, which is the split element, which is this um, icon. And then now you just need to click on the middle of these lines. Okay, so we're doing the top portion, and then after that, we need to go and do the bottom portion. Once you finish, we need to click on the trim and extend, or you can type in TR. So I'm gonna click that, and then let's trim and extend at the top part first. So it's the same command as fillet in AutoCAD. If you're familiar with AutoCAD, it's the same option with that. So basically we're trimming everything. And then once you're finished, we have one last here. And then once you're finished, make sure it's 25 and then birch glossy. Similar material with the base in the top. And then click finish. And then finish again and see what we've done. That's very nice. I like the look of the kitchen. Um, Next thing we're gonna do is we're gonna create the handle, and we're gonna do it very easily. We need to click on File, and then once you click on File, we need to open a new family. And this family, we will need to open, so not this one, we need to create a new family. Sorry. So new family, create, and we need metric generic face based. So metric generic model face based. So once you do, click open, and you will be put right here. So we will need to go to our south elevation or our left or right, even the front. We can just do the front. So basically it will attach to any face. So we're gonna create the handle on this face. So now we're gonna click on extrusion, and then we could add in the materials, which is a metal material. So we're gonna set a material. So click on metal, and let's use anodized aluminum silver. Apply, OK, and then now let's set. We could set it with the center front back, so that will be fine. Press OK, and then now we need to create our design, something like that. We need to shorten this, maybe around 120 millimeters would be fine. So for the 120, and then let's pull this back. So delete this. I'm just gonna move it. And then trim this out. So TR to trim. I'm gonna move it in the middle. So MV to move. So let's put it here first, and then MV to make it on the middle. So now it's in the middle. We can now set up how thick will it be. So around 15. No, that's too much actually. So 10 is good. So this is 120, and then this is 10. Let's put it down and then create the handle. So here, let's add in a rectangle, and I'm just gonna add it like that. And then get that one and then mirror it. And then after that, just get the small one so that you can delete it, and then SL again to add, to cut it over, TR to trim, so TR again right here, and then TR right here. And then this one we need to delete something right here. I don't know what's going on here, but I think there's an extra one. So I'm just gonna pull this back, and then I missed that extra one. This one, let's put this one as 5, and then 5 again. So now it looks like this. I'm gonna click on finish and then look at it at this way. We're gonna change the extrusion to around 10, and it will look like that. So that will be the handle that we'll have. Um, I'm just going to save this on my desktop. So actually we have this one, and then I'll save it right here. Okay, so handle, and then save it. And then once you save it, you can load it and close. After that, go to your 3D. It's already loaded. And then as you can see, we can place it like that. We can also go to our section to basically add it directly like this. So now we're placing it on this face and also at the top face. So it's very useful. You can even put it on this face or whatever face you have. So by doing your own handle, it will greatly improve your ability to create your own families. And then like that, it, what I'll do is I'll add it like that, and then just eyeball the distance that each one will has. But obviously, what you need to do is you need to properly add everything. So I need to delete it right here, and then only at the other side. So CM again, and then we could add it like that. So now everything is proper, and then we could add it here as well. I just want to make sure that everything is lining up. And there we go. We have everything added accordingly. So we've done here. Um, Maybe the last thing I'm gonna do is I'm gonna add in a backsplash. So what you can do is same thing, model in place, press O, cancel this. You need to be on generic model, and then we could add in an extrusion, pick a plane, which is this wall, and then we could add in a mosaic tile. So we could go to tiles, click on this, and mosaic gray would be good. Apply OK, and I want it to be just 10. And then click on rectangle, zoom it, and then let's add it like that. Click on finish, go back to 3D. So we add it on this side. I want to add it on this side as well. So what we could do is we could create an extrusion again. Same thing. Instead, we're gonna set this one, pick a plane, and then let's add this plane. So once you select the plane, you can click on the tab button so to change it on different set so that you will get your. So here, this one is not, we're not be able to see it. So what you can do is go here, click graphic display, and then transparency. And then after that, you'll be able to see what you're clicking right there. Click on finish and then finish again. Can generate family model edit. So let's delete that. And then instead create the same one using what we did here. So let's go back to our section. Click on here, pick a plane, and then everything is set as well. And then click your rectangle and click finish. And then finish again. And then 3D, do it again. So individually, you will need to do that. It shouldn't be on the same generic plane. So click here. You want to set it. Pick plane. And then we need to click on this wall. And once you click the wall, make sure everything is the same. And then click here. Click here. And then click finish. And then finish. Now we have everything added. We can even edit this. Once you edit, at least you'll be able to add this part as well. So we're just being anal about it, but it's better to add it now and then do it later. So here we could just move this one, or you could trim this as well. So whichever is faster for you, you can trim it and or just move it, similar to what I did. And then now click finish and then finish. So it will look very nice, and then everything will be according to the finish. So that was good. You can also put it back now if you don't want the transparency. So you could just put it to 0. But it looks better if you have a transparency sometimes, so that you could see what's happening. So now what we could do is we could go to level 1, and then let's add in our island. So same idea, it's another extrusion. So model in place, and then click on generic model, and then click on extrusion. This will be a different material, but what we could do is let's set it on a different wood. Let's put in a semi-gloss birch, and then let's set this up like so. And I'm gonna move this one on the side as well. So the reason that I want it to be that, so that I can maximize the space here, and then we could add in the fridge on this side as well. So for now, I'm just adding it right here. We might shorten this or make it bigger. So depending on what our design will look like first. But for now, let's add it like this. And then we have this one set. Let's set it to 900. Click apply, click finish, but don't click another finish yet. Let's go to 3D, and then let's add a sweep void, which I'm gonna do here. And then let's pick the path. We're gonna pick this path. So the below one, we're gonna create the kick plate similar to what we did there. And then click finish, and then go to click here again and then edit profile. And then click rectangle. And then let's set the same size here. So 120, I believe. I think 120 here. And then 80 at the top. I think 120 is too much. I think 100 only. 100 by 80. And then click finish. Click finish again. And then here you need to cut geometry. Once you do that, as you can see, we have it cut already. And we're not done yet there. We need to create our top. So what will happen is once we create our top, we're gonna extend this backward. So right now, what we're gonna do is we're gonna create again extrusion set. We're gonna pick a plane which is the top of this island, and then now it's gonna be 25, a different materials which is a stone. So maybe the same stone that we added on the top there. So I just forgot which stone, the field stone. So it's already there. And then now let's click on rectangle and do the whole thing. Click on finish and then finish. Let's look at it at 3D. And then now let's pull this back. And the good thing about model in place is it's very useful. You'll be able to extract this or extrude it, whatever you want. So I'm gonna extrude it now. So I'm gonna give it that overhang, and we can put seats there and everything. So if we needed more space here, we could basically do that by just grabbing this arrows and then just moving it around. So now for me, I like the way it looks. It will has this island and it looks proper. So press escape and we have our island right there. Let's insert the specialty equipment. So go back to main, specialty equipment, domestic, mid-range, and then cooktop we could add. Let's use this, press open, and then CM, and then let's add the cooktop in the middle here. After that, click on that, and then you can set the elevation, which is we have 125, and we can double check if everything is flush there. That's no problem, but what we need to do is remove the cooktop. So label, show label, uncheck that, and then press apply and then OK. Now we could move this so that we could just check, double check everything. As you can see, everything is flat there. So for now, we're going to stop here and continue on the next video. So thank you for watching and hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In this video, we're going to continue working on part 5 of this house build. Let's get started. So in the previous video, we were able to start the island and we finished here. As you can see, we have the section move here. We're going to insert first the range or the island hood. So let's look for the island hood. It probably is special equipment, domestic, and then high end. And then the hood will be the high island hood right here. Press open, and then now type in CM, and then add it on the center right here. Click on the hood, and then edit, and we need to remove that label. And then once you do that, let's double check here, and we want to see where the island hood, which is below here. Now we need to move it upwards. So let's put it 600 and see. Still not enough. So let's put it at 2000. Under 2000, as you can see, it's not yet above there. So it will look like once we create a floor, it will look like it's over there. So what we need to do is just move it. As you can see, there's an arrow that we could just put it. Maybe later we're going to fix it because we're going to add in the floor and it will be under right here. So we could just move it later on. For now, we just want everything to be up to the level 12, 3000 level so that everything is covered and we see our progress perfectly. Now, what we could do is we could add in some furniture as well, or we could add in the fridge. So let's add the fridge since we're already in the specialty equipment. We need to go back to domestic and then go to mid-range, and then let's add in the fridge. So we have the fridge right here. We could set up which one we want. Let's open this one and then type in CM, and then we have our fridge right here. We can move it all the way to the wall, and then let's move this one something in the middle like this. I don't want to show the label, so I'm just going to click that and then click on show label, uncheck that. I just want to make sure that this is the wall and then we're not over the wall. So I'm just going to pull this back, AL, click on here, and then click on there. So everything is proper. And then what we're going to do is we're going to add in a pantry as well here, and then a cover for our fridge. So let's do that. We can also add in, so we could load in double oven. So that will be perfect if we put it right here. So let's load that one, CM, type in CM, and let's put it same thing here. Actually, we already have pantry, so I rather just put everything right here and then the microwave as well. So everything is proper. Let's load this one as well, microwave. So CM, and everything should be lined up like this. Click everything. I don't want to show the label, but if you want, you could just put it if you want. Leave it like those. Now, for me, I'm going to use this section now. I'm going to move it right here so that I can see everything like there. We should move this one. So I'm just selecting everything, holding on control so that I can select everything and then just space it out accordingly. So something like that. And then double click here. So as you can see, we need to make amends with our idea here. I think for this one, let's not add this anymore. We should have added right here, but for now, let's just delete it and then just focus on this. Now, what we could do is we're gonna add in an extrusion again. So let's click on architecture, model in place, and then generic model. After that, let's add in an extrusion and then pick a plane, which is this wall. We need to click on the wall and then that covers the stairs. And then after that, once we click that, let's use our rectangle. First, what I do is I cover everything up. So what I do is I click on rectangle and then add these lines on the perimeter of those. The reason that I want that is so that I could build off from there. And then after that, we could add the lines, a slanted line right about here. So I'm just grabbing it here. Okay. And then now we need to delete this. Delete this. We need to connect them both. So TR. So here we need to align this one right here. And the problem that we have is it's going over. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna do this for now. And we need to create this part and then align this. We could actually just trim this out. TR. And then here we could just cover this out. After that, make sure to change your material. So let's add in maybe another stone. So let's use this granite cut polish. Apply, OK. And then here we could just set it on 25 and then we could pull it out. Let's go to 3D to pull it out. It will be this one. And we want to make sure to just exactly goes there. Click finish, and there you have it. That looks proper. So at least we have a case for our fridge and our oven. So now let's add in the furniture. So go to insert, load family, and then now we need to go back to our main here and then click on furniture. Let's do our tables first. So let's do a dining table. CM to load it fast like this. And then let's add it right about here. Click on load again. And then let's go back to table. So furniture, and then go to seating. And then let's add in some seating. Click open and then type in CM once you do. Okay, and then now let's click here and then use our mirror, and then here as well, and then use mirror draw axis. And then highlight all together and then just move it somewhere like that. After that, we could load more. So we need to represent another chair for this, like a bench chair or a bar stool chair. So here we could add maybe 5 because this is a big island. And let's select everything and then just move it on the left side. So that looks proper. Okay. So let's load more family. Let's use this seating as well. So CM, so let's save this and type in CM. And let's add it right here and right here. What we could do then is select both of them, or we could just press escape, select one of them, edit type, and then we could basically change the depth right here. So we could change this to around 600, like apply, and then okay. Now it's basically a better, because that one is too big to start. So you could just add it like that. And then let's add the sofa. And then type in CM. And then add it right here. And then similar to that, we could change this to 600. Now we could see the problem that we created. Basically, this one is too big for the island. So the spacing is a problem here. What we could do is we could remove this one and then just move everything. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna go to our section or our 3D and then just estimate everything. What we could do is we could use a line here so that everything is on the right plane. And then now we could just move this both on the middle. So at least our spacing is resolved by just um, deleting one of them. And then we have a lot of space on this side and then on this side now. And then let's add in some tables. So go back to furniture and then table, and let's look for the coffee table, which is right here, and then type in CM to load it, press escape, and then change it to a different size. Here it's too big, but we could edit this. We could duplicate and we could just put in edited coffee table. And then here we could change the width. So let's do around 800 only. And then length, let's change this to probably 1600. Press OK. And it feels really big. Let's try and rotate this. So you can press RO or just rotate it like that. You can even type in 90 just to be sure that it's 90. And then now let's edit the width again. So this one, I'm gonna change this to 1300. So at least the spacing is better. So something like that. We could also change the perspective here. We could actually add this two on this side and this one on this side. So let's do that instead. So I'm gonna select here. I think that's the spacing will be better if we do this. And then we could have the face on right here. So we have the island, and then we could just put 90. And then select both of them and then just. So now the spacing, we have a better spacing, a better room for everything, as you can see. And then now we could add in the TV. So go back to furniture. And then here we have the flat screen. Let's just type in CM again. And then just select that back and then just put in the biggest that we have there. And that will be fine. Let's add again a table. So this will be the nightstand. And then let's add it right here. And then let's add a light. So go back to the main and then go to lighting, architecture, internal, and then we have some table lamps right here that will be perfect for this one. So CM, and then before you place it there, just put in 650. I believe that's good enough. I was just estimating the height of the test, but yeah, if you need to see it better, you could just put in the section and double click, and you will see that it's not actually 650, but instead you need to put 762. So now just click that 762, and there you have it. It will be placed exactly at the top. You can even just move it from the elevation. So you can do two things like that. And just double check everything. And let's continue on the next video. So thank you for watching and I hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In this video, we're going to continue working on part 6 of this house build. Let's get started. So in the previous video, we were able to finish off the kitchen. And as you can see, we have the island and we have the fridge here. And then we added some furniture. And here we're going to continue working on this. And what I want to do is I'm just going to pull this back because I want to add an extrusion later on here. So I'm just going to leave it like that. But what I want to do now is we should add the second floor. So let's go to second floor. So it will be right here, level 2. And then as you can see, overlay is, we have an overlay of below. So that's fine because we're gonna create some of the perimeter of the walls with this one. So let's press escape multiple times and then click on architecture, click on wall, and then we want to make sure that this is exterior wall. And then after that, you want to make sure that it's up to level 3, which it already is, and it's centered, and then it's chained. And then now we're ready to add it. So click on A1 up to A3 and then going down and just copying this one at below. So we're copying what we did below. Move it like that. And then now here, what I'm gonna do now is to connect this one up to here all the way to the left side, but typing in 3200. And then after that, after the 3200, what we could do here is click on the wall again. So I press escape so that it will just, we could just go on up to here. And then let's just connect this one again like that. And I want to make sure that we have everything aligned. There we go. And then now here, I want it to be around 7 or 800. So I just put it at 800. And then now we're going to continue working on this and just connect it like that up to this grid line, which is number 2. Go back here. And then now give it a little bit of a gap here. So what I'm gonna do here is we click on C2. Now we're just gonna extend this wall around 500 could be good enough. So you can type in 500. So we're basically clicking here and then just clicking 500. And I just want you guys to follow it. That's why I did multiple click. But as you can see, this will be just one single wall. So now go up to the number 1 grid, and then you want to finish it off and go into A1 grid. You can then press escape multiple times, and then now we could go to our properties and then take off range base level under underlay, and then we should put it at none and then click apply. Now everything will disappear and we won't be able to see what's going on down. So that's fine. Next thing we're gonna do is let's add in the interior wall. So let's change this. So I click on the wall and then just change this to interior wall. And then once we do, we could just connect this one all the way to here. So that's done. I'm gonna add in a wall like this right here, and then through that we could set up how far it should be. So here I'm going to move this one. So I'm gonna move this temporary dimension right here, and then from here I'm just gonna type in I want it to be 980. So it went back because I set it from here. After that, let's add in the same wall. So you can type in CS now and then click on this wall, and then now click on the wall again, and you want it to be set around 3140. So 3140, it will be right here, and we're gonna set it up again. So let's add the same one. So click it, CS, and then let's add a wall right here. And then that wall should be around 1340. And then let's add in something like that. And this one will be around 1240. So that's fine. And later on, we're gonna pull this out, because this one is a shower area. And then now let's add in more walls. So now we're just adding the walls so that we could manipulate the area. I'll be adding a wall right here. So I added the wall somewhere right here for now. And then add another wall right here. And then this wall should be around around 1300. So that's good enough. Maybe we could put it at 1200. So I put it at 1200 like that. And then we're gonna add a wall right here as well. So CS on this, and we're gonna pull this back. Let's use trim and extend so that we could just trim it like that fast enough. And then same wall, we're just gonna add in a cabinet here, like so. That's too big, so it's around 600 will be good enough. And then 600 by 600. Okay. We're going to extend this a bit, maybe around, I'm going to pull this one around 1000. So let's check that earlier. How far will it? So around 1000. So that's good enough. And then CS. Let's add this and close it off like that. We're gonna pull this out so that we're not bothered with this. So CS, so align it. So AL to align, and we could just pull this back a bit because we have our temporary dimension right here, and we could set it off now at around 1100. So that's good enough for our doors. And we should click on the wall again. And what we could do is we could extend this one a bit around 500. Add it like that, and then use trim and extend TR. So we have our door going in, and then we're gonna have a closet right here. So click CS, and then let's add a closet right here around 800, and then the size here is around 24. Let's put it 2400. So that's good enough. That's big enough for this space. And then here as well, we're gonna extend this and then click on the wall again, or do a CS. We can extend this and manipulate this now. So from here, let's put it 2000. More than enough space. We have a space here as well. And then now we could move this a bit. So instead of 500, let's put in 400. So let's extend that a bit. So that's fine. I'm happy with this. Let's add in the door so that everything is clear. Let's use the 750 by 2000, similar below. So here, let's add the wall of the door right here, and it should be going in like that. This will be the washroom for everyone for these two rooms, and then for this master we have an ensuite. And like I said, we're gonna pull this out because this is a shower. And then now here we can add a door for the entrance of the master. Here we have a door for this room, and we could add the door right here for this room. So that's good. Everything's getting cleared. Click on door again, but change the sliding door. So let's put in 1200 by 2000 again, and then let's add 1200 for here, and then press escape and then click it again. Now we could change this to 1500 or whatever fits. So maybe 1700 will be good enough for the size. Here let's put in 1500. This one 1700. And this one, let's put in a door. So CS and add the door like that. This will be the walk-in closet. Let's see the size here. 1200 is more than enough for the space. Just we're gonna add in a, like some sort of barrier here, because this is, we're gonna go down here. This is where the stairs are, and we need some space there. Okay, let's clear this up. And then this is the laundry. So we could click on this, and then we could just add a door right here for the laundry. And let's add in some details here. So go to annotate, click on detailed line, and make sure this is demolish. So we need to add 2 lines like so to represent the rod. Okay, and then here as well. We can make this smaller. So around 650 by 2000 would be efficient, or we could add a sliding door. But I think a small door like this will be good enough. Easiest way is you just click on this and then type in CS. Let's put it on the middle like so, and then we could just trim this and then move it in place. And then after that, let's click on detailed line again and then put in thin lines. Like that, and then let's add it like here, and then use trim TR to connect them all together. And then we could just move this one a bit so that it will be similar flow there. We could add in a desk here later on, and then the beds as well. So let's stop here for now and continue on the next video. Thank you for watching, and I hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In this video, we're going to continue working on part 7 of this house build. Let's get started. So in the last video, we started with level 2, and then we added doors, walls, and even the closet. Now we're going to continue working on this by adding more furniture. So let's go to insert, and then load family. And then let's go back to the main, and then go to furniture. Let's add in the beds so that we could see where we're gonna place all the windows. So I'm gonna click on the bed box. So let's click on the bed box, click open, and then once it's loaded, you can type in CM, and then let's change this to queen. And then here we could add in the bed. I want the bed to be like here. And then here for the other bed, we could add it here. And we could add the other one as well here. For the other bed, actually, I think it's better if we put it on this side. We could have the view. We could also have the entertainment system here, but it's actually weird. So I think this is the good spot because we can still use this for other reasons. And of course, the if we put the bed facing this one or oriented this way, we could also add in what do you call this? Windows here. And then actually, I want to add the bed on this side because we're gonna add a window right here. So I'm just gonna add the bed for now like that, and then we're gonna delete the others later. So I'm going to give this one some space like this. And then let's delete this and then delete this part. We're gonna have this corner glass on each side, and we're going to have a nice design from that. So I'm just gonna use a line to align everything so that it's flush from the wall. And then here we could have um, a space for like a computer table here, and then we have all here. In terms of this one, we can also face it on this side, but it's actually very small on that one. So I think it's a lot big now. So we could just stick it with that. In terms of this part, we could actually change this to 1000 and then just move this one a bit. So I'm just giving this a lot of space because it's a walk-in closet anyway. So I just want to give this. So we're just adjusting our design. So at least it's a lot bigger. We have everything like this. And then what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna click the close inactive views. I'm gonna leave level 2 and then level 1. And this is a trick that I do where I go to annotate, I go to view and then click title views. It will have two screens now from level 1 and level 2. And because I already have the nightstand loaded, I wanted to place it on the level 2. So the easiest way is doing this and then now clicking on the nightstand. I could type in CS, and once you do, you need to click here, and as you can see, we have our nightstand loaded as well. So it's a fast way of loading anything that you already have. So let's add it here and then on the other side, and then here as well, and on this side. Then I'm gonna press escape twice and then click on the lamp, table lamp, CS type, and then now go here, and then you could just add it as well. And it will have the same changes that you did. So we changed the elevation for that. And as you can see, it maintains those parameters. I know we have this one added here. It's not being shown because of this, but we're going to extend that later so that we're seeing everything. So press escape. Let's clean this up. I'm just going to leave it like this for now, but you want to make sure to clean up your drawing so that once we're done or we're ready. So as you can see, we just need to add it here, and then it's easy to type in CS. So create similar is a very powerful program or command. Let's extend this more because I'm seeing that this is up to here, and extend this as well. Now I'm also going to add the sink so that I don't need to look for it. So CS on that, and then I'm gonna add it on this side. I'm going to add two of them, and then on this side we're going to add it perpendicular to that. And then we have the toilet, so we just need to add in the tub later on. Here we click this one, so I'm just cleaning it up, and we put the tub there. Here, let's add the toilet right here on this spot. And then now we already have the line, so we could just type in CS and add those lines there. Okay. I'm going to create a door similar to this, but very small. So I just need to add to see the distance, so around 400 or 300 for some linen storage. I just want to double check, so I'm checking the level 1 before we close it. If we added everything that we wanted to um, on this, so we could click on the TV and add the TV as well here. So I'm adding the TV, I'm placing it here, even though this will be all glass. That will be fine. Here we could add something here, and let's add in some sofa as well. Let's add the same sofa, and we could add it like that. We could add some storage as well. And I think that's about it with this part. Maybe we could add a coffee table as well here. And I believe that's it for this. So we could close level 1 now and concentrate on level 2. We added everything anyway, so now let's finish off the part where we have our our toilet. So now what we could do is we could go to insert, load family, and then go back to the main, and then we have furniture. No, not furniture, plumbing. So go to plumbing, architecture, fixtures, and then we have bathtub. Let's add the 2D only. So CM, and then load it there. And then we could just flip it on this side. So that's proper. And then we could just extend this one so that there's spacing involved. Let's load more, but instead of this bathtub, we could add in the shower. And then the shower, we could add it here, but we could extend the size. So let's check the dimension. Click on tab so that you will get this one, the face. So 1190, and then let's get this one and this face. 1190 and 1900. So let's edit this, duplicate 1190 and then 1900. Click OK, and then now we just need to flip it or rotate it. Let's rotate it 90 degrees and then grab it from the corner. So MV to move. There we go. We have showing the shower area. Next thing we're gonna do is we're going to, so for the table here, what I'm planning to just add is a line to represent, because it's probably a custom table to fit the space. And then we could probably add a TV to represent the monitor. So let's add a TV right there, and then we could add in some chair. So we're basically adding those just to represent. So here we could change this because this is too big. Let's change this to something small, something like that, and put it somewhere in the middle there. So we have this finalized, and then let's add in some specialty equipment. Let's go to main, and then specialty equipment, domestic, high range, and we have the dryer combo, washer dryer combo, and then CM. And then here I don't want the label, so I go to edit and then uncheck that. And then we have our laundry right here. Let's add in some furniture. I said I'm planning to add some storages, so go to storage. We have some shelvings right here, and then we could add it on this spot. So I'm just gonna add 2 of them. Okay, so I'm good with that. So I'm good with that. So let's add in the seating because we're already in the furniture. So let's go to seating, And let's add this same thing. So CM. So we already added the chair. So I'm actually this one, the chair executive. CM, and then we have the chair there. So I'm just checking what we've done. I'm double checking everything. So it looks like it's good. So I'm happy with what we've done. So now, so before we finish up here, let's add in the floor. I know I haven't added the floor for the level 1. So let's finish the level 2 first, and let's add the level 1 as well. So what I do now is go to architecture, click on floor, and then let's use generic floor 400, edit that, and then we could duplicate floor number 1, and then here let's change this to 200, and then for the material let's change this to, I want something wood. Let's use one of this. Apply OK, and then OK. Now we're gonna pick the line from the inside because we don't want to see the floor from the exterior part. So I'm just going around the perimeter using the pick line, and then obviously we're going to need to clean it up afterwards. So now let's clean up. Want to make sure that everything is clean like that. And if you miss something, it will tell you anyway, so it's not a big deal. And then we're gonna create an opening on this spot for the stairs. So how you do it is, I'm gonna do it like that. And then like this. Now just click finish, and then we have our floor. We shouldn't forget to add, give me a second, we shouldn't add or forget to add our railing. And we have, I think, glass, and then let's add it here, and then click finish. So we have our glass situated there. So I'm happy with that. So now what you should do, so especially for this kind of stuff, is for floors you will always need to change the one for the bathroom. So instead of leaving this open like what you usually do before, the proper way is to just click to modify, and then we need to split face. So we're going to click on the floor to split face that. After that, you're in this split face grayed out area, and what you can do is you can split face. So basically I want to change this material to a different material, so I want this one to be changed. So that's what you're telling Revit to do. So click finish. And what you do, this one can be changed to a different materials by using paint. So you need to click paint. And then once paint is opened, the proper materials for you to add is some tiles. So ceramic tiles, we already use ceramic tiles probably. So let's add in maybe vinyl, and then you're done with that. If we double check it and make it consistent color or shaded, as you can see, this is it's not that visible here, but let's change it to realistic and you will see. We have wood and then we have this. So now we need to do the same on this side. So similar to what we did earlier, let's click on split face and then select the floor first, and then now let's divide that floor. And I'm only doing it on the perimeter again, and we need to clean up. And then once you click finish, so here there is something that is, yes, because we are in the edge, so you don't need to add in the edge. As you can see, the yellow line, the very subtle yellow per edge is something that you don't need to add the line. So that warning is saying that. So in the edge, if you're, for example, doing this part will be changed. You just need to add a line like this, not on this side. So now, once we click this, we'll be able to change this part only because this is already on the edge. So now, go to paint again. Um, let's use textile slate blue. And then now it's changed. We can double check that with realistic, and we have different floors from different areas. And this one is the one for the stairs. So actually, if you want, you could change this part or this bedroom or this bedroom. So that applies to walls as well. So let's put it back to hidden line. And thank you for watching and hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In this video, we're going to continue working on part 8 of this house build. Let's get started. So in the last video, we were able to finish the second floor. Now we're going to go to level 1 because we need to finish off the floor there. And in the previous video, you were able to add the floors and then split face them. And we're going to do that here as well. So go to architecture and then click on floor. And this will be floor number 2. So let's go and add and duplicate it. And then here, we're going to change this to stone. So click on stone. And then let's add granite cutout. cut rough. So I think this is better. We could just change the real materials in Twinmotion, but we need to divide it for now. So press OK and then OK. And then here, what we're gonna do is we're gonna pick the lines on the outside. So here we're gonna change it. And then we need to clean it on this area. And then click finish. And then here we forgot to clean it. So you'll be able to click on show and then it will show you where. So let's click on continue and then TR this. And then now click finish. So you're good with that. And then we're going to edit this spot or the powder room so that we could split face it. So here I'm just gonna click split face, or you could just press escape, go to modify, and then click split face. What you do, you need to click on the system. It's either floor, ceiling, or walls. So I'm gonna click on the wall and then click on rectangle. And then I'm just gonna use my rectangle to um, add this in the perimeter of this. And as you can see, this is the edge. So we need to add lines here as well. If, for example, we extended this, we could just delete this. So that's the rule for split face. And then now we click finish. And then we need to change the paint. So let's tile black. Let's use tile black. And then we're good with that. So now this is split face. We can double check that by going to real time. And then as you can see, we have that this style different from this style. So that how it works. So now what I want to concentrate is the windows. So we need to add some windows. And for this wall, we could actually move it back if we want to. But for now, let's leave it like that. And let's put this back to hidden lines so that we can see it better. Let's concentrate now on adding the window. So I'm gonna add a window right here. So the way I like to add windows on this kind of design is I always add it as a curtain wall. So I click on wall, go to drop down, and then click on curtain wall. And then from curtain wall, I like to add designs, different designs from that. So here, I'm gonna add the curtain one like that, but I want it to be from the inside like this. We can add it like that as well. So let's see how it will look like. And obviously we're gonna add windows here as well. And we could actually put windows on this side, the full window. And that warning is saying that it's not visible yet because it's inside the wall. So we need to click on cut geometry and I'll show it to you guys later. So here I'm gonna add the wall as well like that. And we could add a window here on the top level, but maybe it's better to just leave it like this for now. And then obviously we need to add a window here. Okay, now let's press escape and then click on modify and then click on cut geometry. Now what you need to do is you need to click the wall first and then the curtain wall. Wall and then curtain wall. So that one I miss. So we could redo it. Curtain wall. So that's good. I'm happy with that. And then now we could go to level 2 and do the same. Let's add in the design of the wall to have some curtain wall window. For this, like I said, I'm going to add curtain wall like this from the outside. So we have our window like that, and then window here as well. We will have the corner here to be joined, and we're going to design it properly. And obviously, like that. So this part is done. We're going to add windows all the way here, and then windows right here. And then I believe that's good enough. We could add window here so that we have natural light coming from here. And then I'll go to modify and then cut geometry. So let's cut that first. So wall and then curtain wall. That's the process. So here now we need to fix this part. I'm basically extending it so that I'm using my arrow key so that we could force out the wall. So now we could just extend this to the point that the wall disappear and only curtain walls. And then here we could just adjust so that it's cornered like that, 90 degrees. So that means it will be at the edge like that. So that will be fine. I'm happy with this. And then let's do the same here. It should be at the edge as well. So I want it to be like that. And then here as well. Make sure that extend this all the way out. And then here, extend this one as well. And then let's move this one all the way to the edge. Okay. There we go. And we can double check that with the 3D. As you can see, still showing a piece of the wall. So let's extend it a bit. There we go. And then let's go to 3D, and we need to change the graphic display and the transparency so that we can see it properly. This one, we're gonna pull it down and up. We're gonna maintain some of the height there. So just bear with me. I'm just assessing the look. So for example, if you click on align, you'll be able to align them accordingly. I believe that that's the best height. And then we forgot this one. So we could just click on the wall and then the curtain wall. And then use align. We're going to pull this out, so just bear with me as well. I'm gonna pull this up. Just like that. And this is for the washroom, so let's leave it like that. I'm gonna set the height here. AL. Okay, I think that's good. This is for the washroom, or the powder room. And then here, we could just pull this. We could leave it like that. All in the corner. Let's leave it all the way down. But for the bedroom, we need to pull it up. We could actually leave it like that for now. We could design this so that we could have a balcony. So depending on the design. I'm gonna go back to level 1, and I'm just going to pull this back a little bit like that. And let's add in some car. So insert, let's go to insert load family, and then just go back to the main. And then here, we need to find entourage, and then the beetle car. So type in CM, and then we could just see the look of cars on our parking garage. And obviously we're going to extend this one a little bit more, but at least you can see how the spacing looks like. So that looks fine. Another thing that you could do is split face all the walls for the washroom. So that's something that we need to do as well. So what you could do is go back here to to modify, and then click split face. And by selecting the face of this, we could now add in the separation. So there it's aligned because we have the edge of the wall there. This part will be closed off. So we could have two different wall materials for this. So click finish, and then now we could select the paint, and then we need to add the materials that are available here. I'm just gonna choose this, or no, we already used that. Let's use vapor retarder. This one is only needed there. This one as well. So we could just select that. For this one, we need to cut this as well. So let's click done for now, and then click on split face. And then do the same thing. Click on the edge there. And then here as well. Click finish. So this one is overlapping probably. There we go. Click finish. And then now let's do the paint. And then let's add that. So we're basically prepping it for interior. So that's why we're doing this. So let's do it here as well. This is the edge, so we just need to add it on this face. Click finish. This one's the good. This one we need to split. Done. Here we need to double check. This one we need to split on this side now. And then this wall. And then now we could click paint, and then let's change this to this one. So just to differentiate everything. Okay, so I'm happy with those. So I believe we've done everything for the split facing. Hopefully you guys understand. If not, you could just check back with me. Here I'm just gonna extend this one a little bit here so that we can add some materials on this side. So let's stop here for now and continue on the next video. Thank you for watching and hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In this video, we're going to continue working on part 9 of this house build. Let's get started. So in the previous video, we were able to add the curtain wall. Now we're going to continue working on this. And what we're going to do is we could go to our 3D, and then for the front or south elevation, we're going to pull it up actually for this one. It's because I was planning to add a balcony here, but because of the design that I was thinking, it couldn't be done. So instead, I'm just gonna pull this up as we're going to add in some changes. So let's add this. So I'm just type in AL and then click on first the desired height that you want to copy, and then click on the one that you want next to go up. Here we could add a balcony for the master's bedroom. So that will be fine. Okay. So that will be fine. Now we're gonna add in. So I'm gonna go to the south. For me, it's gonna be important because we're going to add in the mullion, the curtain grids first, and then the mullion. I want it to be every 500. So let's see if this will work. We could click here, create copy, multiple is already checked, and then 500 and then 500. Now we're gonna click on all of them and then just move it so that it's equaled out from the look. And then here, click on curtain grid again, and here we just add the lines first and then align it with this. So it's easier to just align now. We don't need to think of so this one we just need to delete. So we're going to add it here as well. Curtain grid. We could add lines first and then align it. And then delete it. Let's do it on the other side as well. So it's a fast way of doing this without checking anymore. So just keep on adding the lines first and then using a line to have the same one. So it's very fast, as you can see. We've done it in a couple of seconds. So this is the design that I'm planning to add here. If we click on mullion, all grid, I want it to be the 30 by the 30 millimeter square. Let's see how it looks. So if we click here, I don't want anything in the middle here. So we're probably gonna delete it. So we're gonna delete those ones. So let's delete those. And let's go to here and then we could flip it. I'm just flipping this because I believe it was showing from the outside. I want to double check. Because I want the mullions to be on the outside. So we're probably gonna flip this one as well. And that will be fine. We just need to fix the corners now. So you need to unjoin them first. Let's look at it. It's over. So we just need to keep on fixing it so that it looks better. I want to see it on a shaded color. I want to see if it's showing. So we need to pull this back, or we need to extend this so they're touching. Okay, I'm happy with that. It's not something that is visible because it's going to be all glass, but it's kind of overlapping. But it's all going to be black anyway, or silver, or gray, so that's fine. So we just need to fix this first before we add in mullion. Okay, so I'm happy with this. Now we need to just go to 3D again and then click on mullion and then all grid. And then delete the mullions right here. And then of course we need to fix all the corners. Click on your tab if it's not showing. I want it to be connected on this. And let's see. Yeah, that's good enough for the corner. As you can see, it's quite fine. Almost the same thing here with the corner. So let's continue on the others. Here we could just add a curtain grid in the middle. We don't add those there. We add 500 at the top and then divide them. I'm gonna change this so that everybody can see and then make it fine. So I'm just dividing it here as well. We need to add 500 at the top. And then just divide them. So in the program, you'll be able to divide them properly. So Revit assumes that you want to divide them. So as you can see, if you assume where the middle is, it will give you the equal parts of those. And even the 1/3. As you can see here, everything is 733. Here, everything is gonna be 560, 566. And then let's add in 500 at the top. Or here, we could just delete the one at the top there. I'm fine with that. And then now, it's a matter of time, we just add all mullion on all of them. And the only thing that we need to fix is the orientation of those. So that's something that I messed up. So we just need to flip it like that. Flip it here from the inside. And then just go to level 2. And just flip it. And once you go to 3D, you'll be able to see the mullion outside, so which is correct. And we're going to add a door there. So you will need to go to Insert, Load Family, and then go back to Doors. So go to your main Doors, and then here we have Single Glass Curtain Wall. And then after that, you need to click on one of the panels for this. So what you do is just hover on your mouse arrow, click on tab multiple times until you have only the panel. So you sometimes just move it around, and then now you just click on tab and then click on the panel. So it will say system panel glazed. So the glass here we're gonna change, go to drop down and then click on door curtain wall single glass. So now here, and then you'll be able to change the orientation. If you go to level 2, we could flip this and go outside. So outside from there. Now we could add in something here. We can even put it as double door, but that's fine for now. So just double check everything that we added all the curtain walls on all of them, and I'm satisfied with that. So thank you for watching, and I hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In this video, we're going to continue working on part 10 of this house build. Let's get started. So in the previous video, we were able to finish off the windows. Now let's go to level 2, and from level 2, we're going to add our roof. So go to our architecture and then click on roof. And what we want to do is you need to edit this type, duplicate this roof, and put in roof number 1, and then edit, and the thickness, let's put it at 200. And then here for the materials, we could add in gypsum wall board, and then actually let's change this thickness to 100, so that's fine. Press OK and then OK. And then now we need to set this to level 3, and then define slope should be unchecked, and then we need to base offset this around negative 300. So we're gonna add it like that, and then after that, let's click on pick line and then select the inside of this. So all the way to the perimeter. And then now we just need to clean up and make sure that we have everything. And then click finish. And then if we see it in 3D, it will look like this. Now what we're gonna do is we're gonna click on all of this wall. It's still going to be a flat wall, but we're gonna show the parapet. So here I'm selecting everything so that we could pull it down. So now I selected everything. I'm gonna click attach top base under modify and then select the roof, and then after that it will disappear. If we now check, it will look like this. And it looks proper for me. And then we just need to clean out the void here, or the split element here, so that it will show white as well. But that's something that we could do later on. So let's put this back right there. So this looks nice. We could add in our design later. So what I want to do now is to add in our, we're gonna prepare our sheets, but before that we need to add in our room tags. So here I'm selecting room, and from here we're going to select all the rooms. But before that, we should do a room separator, because as you know, we have some areas like the dining area. The kitchen is different as well. So we could just put it like that. And then this is different as well. We can have this as the foyer. And then there. So once you separate it, you'll be able to add in tags from that space only. Here as well. Here's the kitchen. We can put pantry here, powder room, and then foyer. After that, we could move this one right here so that it's visible. Living area. Dining area. Kitchen. Here is the pantry. Powder room. And we have foyer. And then we could actually make this as a stairs, but we could just leave it like that. I could room separate this, so for the garage. or the carport. And then let's go to level 2, and then let's add in the room tags. So we have the masters, we have the ensuite, bathroom, laundry. This will be our walk-in closet, w.i.c. Bedroom 1 and bedroom 2. Corridor, and we're good with this tagging. Another thing is we need to create the landscape. So I'm gonna click on wall and then get the interior wall and then edit and then duplicate this. This will be border wall. And then let's change this to a different finish. Let's do concrete. And then I'm just gonna create something like this. So the issue with this is we need to put it on level 1. Select everything with the tag and then up to level 1 to level 2, but let's minus 1500. So it will be on this side like that, and then we can just delete this. We can still select everything because everything is connected like that. So you just need to tap in your tab and you can have it like that. So I'm gonna undo this and then we could just split this and then take it off later on. I'm gonna go back to level 1 and then we're gonna add in a floor for that. So now we're gonna click on floor and then let's edit this type, duplicate floor number 3 and then edit. Let's change so something concrete. So we already used this, so let's use lightweight. And then what I want is I want concrete all around except at the back. So we need is to go to the perimeter again by using pick line. So something like that. And then pick line here. And then let's just connect it like that. Okay, so once you're done, click finish and we have concrete there. And then let's add in another floor for the grass. Duplicate that and then edit and then type in grass. Pull this up, apply and then OK, and then OK again. And then we could just use this to finish off fast. And then we could add into the road here and then the surroundings. So for the surroundings, I wanted grass as well. So I'm just gonna click this and then add the surrounding. So to make it easier for me, once I do it in Twinmotion, I'm gonna edit this, edit the boundary, and then what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna extend this. So the way I'm gonna extend is I'm gonna delete this. I'm going to pick the lines here from the inside of the wall. I'm gonna use this so that it's easier for me. And then click finish. So at least everything will be covered. So similar to that. I'm gonna extend this one so that it will cover the rest here. And then just one last floor. Edit type, duplicate for the street. Let's do another concrete. And then let's do the precast concrete. And then here, we're just gonna add a street like that. If you want to use align, and then click finish. So now everything is covered like that. And then the way I'm gonna see it is, let's add in a camera and I'm gonna point it from this spot or in the middle. The middle is, I think, the best because of the design that we're planning to do. It will look like that. Let's extend this. So at the moment, it doesn't look nice, but give it some time. So I'm just gonna change this. The shadow, cast in, the background, gradient. That's okay like that. Doesn't look complete yet, but we're going there. So let's stop here for now and continue on the next video. Thank you for watching and hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below.
Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In today's video, we're gonna continue working on part 11 of this house build. Let's get started. So in today's video, we're gonna change a little bit on our model. So let's go to level 2, and then here we're gonna turn on underlay and change it to level 1 so that we can see whatever we have on this. What I want to do is push this back a little bit. So for now, I could just do this and then just move it all the way right here. In terms of bedroom 1, I'm gonna delete this first. And then we could just close this off. So I have here interior wall. I'm gonna change this to exterior wall, and then this one could be deleted. This one can be deleted as well. I'm gonna extend this one. We could trim this off actually for now. That's good now, right there. That's closed off. And then we could just delete this part right here. Delete this. And then convert this, already converted. TR, trim and extend all the way right here. So we're gonna remove that notch right there. We can even extend this one now actually, because this is only a small part right there. So I'm just extending this, so we have a lot of areas right now here. So we only have this notch there. So if you can see, we have something that looks like this. What I'll do is we need to edit the boundary. So here we could delete this first. Click on pick line, and then we could just pick this line right here. Trim and extend. So that's fine, and then click finish, and then we can just turn this off now. So click none, and then obviously our roof, we need to edit that. So we need to go to 3D, edit this, edit footprint, go to level 2, and then do the same thing as the floor is. And then trim and extend on all of those. And then delete this part right here, and then here. Let's find this one. That's an extra line there, and then connect them. Detach target, and then there you go. So we have fixed this, and then we have fixed the floor, and then we just need to extend this one so that everything is cleaned. Also, if we go to level 2, we need to delete this. So I'll probably undo that. I'm gonna delete this one as well, and then even the TV, just delete it, because we could just add something in front. And then I want to add the room tag as well. Bedroom 1 here. I want to put it back. So that's good right there. And what I'm going to add here is I'm going to add a balcony. So we're basically going to extend this. I'm thinking I'm just going to level them all together. So AL, I'm gonna align it all the way right here. So we need to edit those. That's done. Even right here at the top, we need to edit. And you just need to pull this back, so you're good. And as you can see, everything looks good. This will be moved forward, and then this one as well. The changes that I want to add here is I want this wall to be a little bit thicker. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna put a notch here on this part. So I'll pull this out, nudge this one in place like that, and this is just for design purpose, for aesthetic. And then we're going to add a wall right here like that, and a wall going there. And then now SL, that's split element, delete split element, TR, trim and extend right here, and then right here. So now if we see that, we have something that looks like this. We just need to, of course, clean it up. So let's go right here. We need to pull this one all the way at the back. So that's notch there. Edit this floor. So that's the floor for the second, and we just need to pull it all the way right here, and then SL again, and then TR, trim and extend. And then the roof as well. Edit, go back to level 2, and then do the same thing. SL, TR, and then click finish. And then as you can see, that looks much better. It's easier for us to pull it down and give it some space there. So now I'm gonna go right here, and I'm gonna select this, edit, and then duplicate. This will be exterior wall number 2, and then edit. I'm gonna put this one 300 for thickness, and I'm going to change the material. So clad white, we can duplicate this. So clad white duplicated, click apply, and then OK, and then OK. So delete split element. What I want here is I want it to be aligned here. So AL, align it from here. So now it's aligned there, and that looks good. And specifically on this side, it will be something that is noticeable. So I'm gonna select. So for this one, I need to split this. So exterior wall first, unjoin element, or just leave it this part, detach, and then this one is the wall again, but I'm not going to attach it first. Okay, so this needs to be changed, so I'm holding on control so that I could select them properly. And then here I'm going to choose exterior. I'm gonna move it back first, AL, in order for me to align it properly, and then just connect it. So you need to disconnect it first so that you won't have to move it a little bit back. AL, align it here again, and then align it here, and then we could just move the table and the light accordingly. Nudge it in place if you want, and then there we go. And then obviously here we need to nudge it as well. We could just move it like that for now, AL, and then align. This one is, you need to see this. This one is good enough for the, and then I think I'm good with others. And then maybe we could just offset now on all of this. Offset here, here, and then here. I'm thinking of offsetting on this part. Yeah, I'll just offset this in order for me to see everything. Base offset -200, that's the thickness of this one. There we go. For some reason there's connection issues there, so what we're going to do is we're going to change the connection, not that one, but wall joints. So I'm gonna do next. There we go. Still looking there, and we could just patch that later on. I just want everything to look same and extended like that, so that we don't need to do fillers, but at the same time, for some reason it we just need to properly do the intersection here. So that's why I'm trying to do the wall joints. Not the shallow. Miter. Let's try miter. And it's still some of the issues that can come, but let's try and change this on this part. If we change it there, maybe it will change on the square off. Sometimes by just undoing this and connecting it properly, sometimes that fixes those problems. There we go. I think we finished this part right here. Let's try again on this part. There we go. And then we need to fix the second. So only this part now. We're having a hard time. I think because of this issue right here that I need to answer. So now let's go back here. Let's unjoin them. And I think by unjoining them and then just moving it here and then joining it again, it will fix the issue. So now just try and do that. If it's giving you some notch, just unjoin them and do what I did, just changing up wall joints, unjoining them again, and then seeing if it's gonna fix itself. And most of the time it will fix itself, but you just need to be patient. So now everything looks good like that. And then I want to add, of course, go back to level 2, and then we need to add curtain wall. This will be from the inside, and then add here, and then cut geometry, select the wall first and then the curtain wall. I'm probably going to extend this all the way to the ends here. It will look nicer. So now it will look like this. I'm happy with that. Of course, we're going to have something like that all the way down up to the floor level, because we were going to make this one with a balcony. And then I'm just gonna add curtain grills. I'm going to make it 4 of them. There we go. And then let's add the mullion. So we have the mullion already. Let's just add it onto the space that we haven't added. Of course, we're going to change one of them as a door, and then we're probably going to extend this one with the model in place. On the next video, we're going to extend this a little bit more to look nice, and then obviously maximize the height, so all the way until the top -200. -200 for the top offset. And then let's fix those things up later on. So thank you for watching, and I hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In today's video, we're gonna continue working on part 12 of this house build. Let's get started. So in the last video, we were able to change this look. Now we're gonna continue working on this. I just want to fix this part first. So select that, or select this, and then click attach top base, and then select the roof. So now everything is lining up. So we're good with that. I'm also going to change this to consistent color so that at least we know whatever we're doing, and also to prepare for the next video where we're going to set up all the materials. For now, let's go to our south elevation, and then here we could just move this one for now like that so that it's not in the way, and we're going to do a model in place. So select architecture and then click on component drop down and then model in place, and then here choose generic model, press OK, and then press OK. And then here we're gonna select extrusion, pick a plane. We're gonna choose this plane right here in front, and we're going to change this material right here. I'm going to go to clad white, and then I'm going to duplicate this again. Press OK, and we can actually go to clad 2 because that's the material that we use for this, so that's fine. And then here we're going to add this one right here, even on this side, so that it's just one extrusion. It's the same width and size as well, so that's fine. Around 1500, I think, 1200 maybe. And then click finish, go to 3D, and then we can click finish again. So that will be the look that we have on that. We just need to go to level 2 and then add this one, a curtain wall. That curtain wall would be the railing, and we just need to lower it down. So negative 2000 would be good enough. Negative 2000 offset. So that's good right there. As you can see, it looks nice. We're gonna do the same thing at the back right here, but here we're gonna change it up a bit. We need to go to our north elevation. Move this one a little bit on the side. We don't need it yet. And then let's go back right here, model in place, generic model, and then here we're going to do an extrusion again. Pick a plane, select this plane right here, and then we're gonna choose clad white 2. We're going to put it right here like that, and also on this side. and then covering all of this. So it's gonna be an extension on that 525, so that it's consistent. 525 right here as well. And then we're going to just add this rectangle like that, and then extend this. So actually we could just, let's leave it like that, delete this part right here. We could trim this all the way right there, and then we could trim this all the way right here, trim this like this, and join them. And then we just need to close this off. There we go. Click finish. Let's look at it at 3D. Finish again. So something different, right? We can even add some grass here and then some small plants. That's something that we could change a bit. This is also the covering for this one, because I'm planning to add a pool here, a swimming pool outside, so that we have something on this side. So now I'm going to add, so let's go to level 2. Let's add this part right here onto this side. In terms of adding a door here, it's up to you if you want to add a door similar to this. But what I'm planning to do is just leave it like this. Of course, it's up to you to decide. If we add the same door, it will have this notch there. It's not visible enough or too much to be crazy, but yeah, something, because I just want the look, the cleanliness of the look here. But seeing it right now, I think that's good enough. It's not overpowering for having that handle there, so I'm good. So just leave it like that, and then just change the orientation of the door. You can only do that on the plan. Okay, so now that looks good, having that and having those stuff right there as well. So the only thing we need to do is just adding the lights on top of this, so that we have enough, so we could put those lights there. We can delete this now. This is just for our reference, so that we can see how everything looks if there's a car there. So that's good enough. I'm planning to delete this right here. I'm only going to extend up to here, but on this side I'm gonna leave it like that. Why? Because I want it to be on a uphill, so this area would be inaccessible, but only on this side will be accessible, because we'll be having a ramp going down, and this will still be a carport, and then going inside there would be this part only. So I'm going to edit the boundary now on this side, and just pulling this one something like this right here. That's good enough. And then here, this will be floor number 4. I think this will be the grass part. Of course, we're going to change that, because we're going to put, so I'm going to edit this level 1, and then this will be pulled back. Let's pull this one back. I'm going to put at least 5500 going back so that we could just pull this one back like that. AL, you can align it up to here, and then we're going to place a different one there. I'm going to close this off right here. I'm planning on closing it off up to here, so I'm going to go back right here and then edit this, or I'm just going to place this one back. Align it first, AL, align it onto this wall, and then close it off. Edit this, pull it back until here. That's good enough. Just cleaning it up and then editing this part. Of course, this editing part right here will be changed. We're going to make it an uphill, so I'm just giving you an idea on how to do this. And then we're going to have another floor right here, CS. On that floor, edit, duplicate floor number 6, edit 200 thickness, and then this will be a different floor. Let's put in a concrete floor for now, something that we haven't used yet. And then here we could just add something like that. I'm gonna create the opening now for the pool. I'm thinking of having this pool right here on this side, and then I'm going to add a deck. So we're gonna have a deck. Click finish, and then that's the opening already. We're going to have a deck right here, and then actually we need to go to south elevation and edit or add another level. So we're gonna go to architecture, click on level, and then this will be our ground. So we could change this -1000. You can add an elbow so that everything will be visible. So that's extra 1000. We might put it up to -600 only, because we need just some steps here going down, and then we're going to make it an incline right here. And then we're gonna fill this up later on. Actually, we should delete this now, because I'm planning to delete this now so that we could incline this. And then here I'm gonna put this one to ground. There we go. So that's our ground now. This will be ground as well. Okay, extend this up to, of course, ground, and then all of this exterior wall right here up to ground as well. This one ground, and then just double check. that will be ground, and then we need to fix this now. Something happened. We need to fix. So like I said earlier, we need to fix it by undoing those, and then we could change it up later on. Okay, let's for some reason it's not letting us do or fill this up. There we go. And then trim and extend. Trim and extend. AL, align it. So if ever you're aligning it, it's not going in properly. So sometimes you gotta do what you gotta do and just leave it close enough. And join them. Let's try this again. Align this. There we go. It got fixed. So just do what I did. Just undo them, fix those ones out, and then it will align afterwards. And then here we just need to fix the floor, or else it's going to keep on blinking once we're in Twinmotion. So you just need to pull it back so that they are going inner off the wall. It's a quick fix, so nothing to worry about. And then here we could delete this. We don't need this wall right here, that door right there, but I want to have this one right here. It will look nice, especially we have the stairs right here. It will completely look different. So let's go to modify, cut, and then delete that. We can extend it all the way right there. Go to 3D. So whatever's the floor, and then the height here, pull it up all the way. Negative 200. Then there we go. And then just having that one there, we could make it look nicer by editing this and checking mid support, run, go right here, undo the dots, and then uncheck riser, I believe, and then slanted. And then there you go. It looks much better having that. And then just delete this wall now. You can keep the wall if you want to, just for the fridge, just to cover that up. But we have a casing already for that, so we could just delete this part and showcase how nice is this. There we go. We could just cover this up, or we could put it somewhere else, like maybe add it on this part right here. Because the dining area can be moved right here, and then the pantry with the equipment can be stick on this side. RO. There we go. Dining area can be extended. And then just move everything else. And then just put the dining area right here. And then we could delete this part. Even we could just move this one just like that. So whatever. And then just push it to the wall. MV, move it to the corner right there. Okay, so now everything is fixed. And then just put it to the same part right there. There we go. Now we have something like this that is looking really good. We just need to have the curtain grid. I'm gonna make it even. Actually, there's more here, so I'm going to add 3 of a total of 6. And then just add mullion, and then there you go. Although this one got close up, we can then just edit this and make it something like that. It's still looking good, so you can pull it up if you want to. And then just place it above that. and then just extend this a little bit, and you have your kitchen right there. You can even extend the pantry if you want to, but for now that looks good. Extend the pantry all the way right here. We need to pull this one out so that it's covered there, but that's something that you should do. And we're good with the kitchen. We could just add this one right there, trim it, and then we have the kitchen all the way there, and then dining area and everything. It still looks good. It doesn't look like it's cramped, so I'm not worried about that. Although we could basically change the orientation of this kitchen. So instead of right there, we should rotate it as well. So RO, rotate it like this, and just place it in the middle. So now it's still accessible, the triangle in the kitchen. There we go. So now it's completely different look, but as you can see, we have this view right there, and I believe it's more clear and there's more natural sun to go there. So let's stop here for now and continue in the next video. Thank you for watching and hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In today's video, we're gonna continue working on part 13 of this house build. Let's get started. So in the last video, we were able to change some of this, like the kitchen. We added this, and then we extruded some of this as well, and we changed the height of the ground because I want to add this one to make it like an inclined house or an uphill house. So we're going to once we finish everything, this will have like an uphill and then going down vibe. So this one, we could set this one maybe ground floor -2000 for now, and then maybe this will be the streets as well, and then we're just going to little by little going up on this part right here. So just leave it like this for now. What I want to do is close this off. We're going to, so let's go to level 1 and select this exterior wall or the border wall, and then have it like this added there. Trim it and then make sure it's aligned to this wall, which is it is, and then just connect them. Once it's connected, we're basically going to add a wall right here and a door. So we'll have a door here added, and then we only have the carport right here. So now I want to have or to change this because I want something different here. We need a support going from here. So in that, I want to go to south elevation for now, and then go to architecture, model in place, and then generic model. And then here, extrusion, pick a plane, and then we're gonna select this wall right here. And then we're going to have a slanted something like this. I think that's good enough. And then we're going to offset this maybe 100, or that's too much. Maybe 60 offset, and then 60 right here, and then trim, and then we could extend this part, trim this here, and then close this off onto this. And then we're going to change this to a metal material. Apply OK. And then change this to probably 50 for now. And then apply, and then OK. And then finish it first, so that we could see how it looks. We could push it a bit at the back, AL, align it onto this face right here. And then we're going to connect it onto this side as well. So this will be our west elevation, and then we're gonna connect the same thing. So edit in place, create extrusion, pick a plane, and then we're going to have something like this, and then offset this to 60 again, going right here. And then doesn't matter actually, because we're going to connect them all together. AL, align it onto here, trim and extend, trim and extend right here, trim and extend onto here. Click finish, go to 3D, and then obviously we're going to push it back, something like that. Here it's negative 150, and then here let's do negative 150 as well. And then that's something that we could do. It looks different, but why not? So at least we have a support there. And then we could just edit this part now. We could incline this if we want to. So we could close it off onto this side and then do our thing. But I would like to finish the pool first. So let's go to the ground. We just estimated this, so let's do the boundaries. We have some space there. Click finish. Go to wall, and then we could go to exterior wall, or yeah, we could do exterior wall. Or interior wall, and then edit, duplicate on that, and then this will be full wall. Edit again, and then change this to anything that has tile. So look for a tile. I think a ceramic tile, but let's duplicate that. Apply, OK, and then OK. Here we're going to add. Let's change the thickness again. I'm going to edit. Change the thickness to 50. And something like that. I plan on making it longer and wider. There we go. Then AL, align it to the wall first, and then we're going to change the bottom of that. So top would be ground, and then here base would be ground but negative around 2000 for now, because we just need to show that. Select here, and then maybe top offset would be 25, just to have that extra inches there to show. And then go to ground. We're gonna need to create a model in place, generic model. This would be still the pool. This will be pool ground. So we need to find tile, and then ceramic tile number 1. Click finish, go to 3D, and then just pull it down all the way down, and then even right here you can estimate it. It doesn't need to be accurate, but you just need to be down. And then we need to go back to ground, and then now we need to create the water. So materials not yet added here, so we need to pull it up, apply, OK, and then add it. Click finish, go to 3D again, and we need to lower it down. There we go. And then click finish. So we have the water there. We also need to add the pool ladder. That's something that I could give you guys, as I have it already. So we have it on complete extra families. So this will be on part 1 description, and there's going to be 2 links, and this will be the second link. And then here we could add in the spotlight. So I could download the spotlight face base circle or the square. So I'll download that already, And then we have bifold closet. We could have this one added to the pantry. And then we have the pull ladder right here. So download that as well. And then once you're in your downloads folder, let's pull this one on the side. And then here we could just drag and drop. We're gonna drag and drop the pot lights, whatever we decide. Here we could just go here, CM, and then spacebar. Let's add it onto this side. AL, align it to here so that it looks good. And as you can see, everything looks good. And then we need to add our decks. So we need to add a deck. I'm gonna use model in place for that. Generic model. Press OK. And then I'm planning on adding it all throughout here. So maybe something an L shape right here would be good. So I'm gonna go extrusion. This would be our deck. I'm gonna use a different material, wood, something that we haven't used yet. I'll use this for now, maple. And then let's add somewhere here and then across right here. We're adding this so that this will be our stairs as well. This is extruded 50. We can do it as 200 thickness, and then we have a little bit more to go, or what we can do is we could do it all the way to the level. Let's do it to the level of here, so that is 600 and then 200 down. So it's really up to you. What I want is I want it to be 200 here and then two stairs, and then so that this one you could just go up here, and then here maybe just good enough. So it's gonna be easier for us. So I'm gonna do an extrusion again, 200, and then all the way right here, align it, and then click finish. This will be start 200 and end at 200. I'm gonna pick a new, but this will be it. Then align it again. Align it here. And then create similar again, set, pick, and then I'm gonna choose here 200 again, and then click finish. you can see, that looks good. And if we have it in realistic, let's see how it looks. So that is what it looks like once we have everything. And then we can set up barbecue areas here and those kind of stuff. And it's up to you if you want to pull this one a little bit outside, but that's up to you to decide. I think it's good enough. We could pull this one a little bit like that. There we go. And then we have something right here. So I'm happy with the way that looks. And now let's go to level 1 and let's drop in the bifold closet. And then we could add something like here. But we need to delete it first and add it somewhere that is big enough. So DR, drop it here, and then we need to make it smaller. That's big enough, too big. There we go. Let's try this one. And then obviously if you need to change, you can change it here, width and whatever. So it's really up to you. I just put here on the pantry so that we have something like that now. So we got the pantry, double check. Here, that's good enough. We have everything right here. And then also here. And then we have our support. And then we supported also on that. And then here, what I'm planning to do is to have a nicer lining here. So it's really hard to put everything in one, especially here that we have an extrusion and then there's floor and then walls. So sometimes what I do is I put a extrusion on top of this so that I could assign just one materials on all of them instantly. So sometimes I do that. It's really easy because you just need to go right here and then change it up a bit. And then what you can do is you can turn on underlay so that you can see the walls that you need to add on to, so that you don't need to go back and forth. But maybe we could do that on the next video, and then do everything else and then start. We could delete this actually, and then we can start adding everything else. Once, because we finished this one already, and what we can do is we could just add some of it here. So thank you for watching, and I hope you like the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In today's video, we're going to continue working on part 14 of this house build. Let's get started. So in the last video, we were able to create the support, and also we have the deck created as well and the swimming pool. Now we're going to continue working on this, and what I want to do is to create the stairway here. So now let's go to ground, and I'm gonna use model in place to create the stairs because I could add some lighting on it. So, and it's gonna be easier for me to to adjust it later on. So press OK, and then after that I'm gonna create an extrusion, add it right here, and then click finish. We can select a material. This will be another concrete material, so I'm gonna choose a concrete that we haven't used yet. So I'm just gonna click on that one, apply, and then OK, and then let's look at it at 3D to see or to gauge what we're working on. So around 200 it's too much, so I'm gonna make it 180 at least. For the steps, I think 180, because we have 600, so maybe let's do 150 instead, so that we could have 4 of them. So I think that's good. I'm gonna add a lighting here, so I'm gonna create a void. So in order to do that, we can create this void sweep, and then we're gonna go around. So I'm gonna pick the path. I'm gonna select this path right here, around here, and then click finish, and then go select this again, edit profile, and then we're gonna click rectangle, and I'm gonna put it somewhere, maybe that's 30 from the top, and then 10, so we can create this one now. So now that's created, we could click finish, and then let's go to click finish again, and then cut geometry. And as you can see, we have that notch there that we could use to add lighting. In order for us to do that, don't click finish yet, because we can create or add a paint. We're going to add luminaire. So that material is not yet added here. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna add an extrusion first, just to add an extrusion first just to add that. I don't want to create it anymore. So that, and then we're going to put luminaire, pull it up, apply, and then OK. So now that's the luminaire material there. We can then go and click paint, and then let's select luminaire as well. There we go, glass luminaire. And then we could select this one right there. So we don't need to create another sweep just to create this. By using paint, it will represent that part. And then after you finish, click done, and then you can delete this now, because we already pull up the materials and we're good with that. I'm going to copy this. So I'm gonna copy CO and then put it on the side, and then select this, and we're going to pick new so that we could just change this. I want to be at least 200 from here so that it's going to be consistent in terms of distancing. And I'm just going to try and replicate that, copy again, and then pick new, and then just place it on top of here, and then just fix it again, give it some spacing, and then we need to create those extrusion again like we did on the base, and then copy it again, and then pick new on top of this plane, and then we could just clean it up. And then go to 3D, and we just need to replicate this sweep right here. But as you can see, it looks nice. We have this grand staircase like this on the main door. Going to the main door, I'm probably going to have connect this one to a hill, so I'm planning to have the hill covering some of this going up to showcase that this was excavated, and then all the way up right here, and then we'll have the road somewhere here as well. So I think that's good enough to showcase that. We could add a bit more curve here, but let's finish this off first so that we have our design here. We'll edit the extrusion again. It's already edited. We haven't closed it, so it's easier for us to select void sweep again, pick path. I'm gonna select this path again, and then trim and extend so that it goes there. After that, click finish, select this one again, edit profile, and then we have 10 by 10, 30 on top. So here we could set the height here. I'm going to set 30 from the top, move it here, and then set 10. We need to select this so that this will be the one that moves. So whichever you select is the one that will move. So that's why I have to reselect this one so that this one move, not this part. So click finish, and then I'm gonna click finish first, and then just cut geometry so that you can see it. But let's add the materials later on. We need to just void it for now so that it's easier for everyone, and you get the use of it. You get use of doing those selections and creating those. So click finish, select here, edit profile. We can do this again, 30 from top to be consistent, and then 10 right here, 10 right here. Delete this, click finish, and then finish again, and then cut geometry. And then lastly, the one at the top, pick path, click finish, click here again, edit profile, 30, and then rectangle or square. Make sure it's 10 only, and then 10 right here, and then click finish, finish, cut geometry, and then we could go back to, or actually we're already here, select this, and then luminaire is already selected. We just need to make sure we're selecting the one at the back, not the other way around. You can click tab in order to see which one you're selecting. There we go. Make use of that tab. It will make your life easy. As you can see, I'm circulating on which I want to highlight. And then once you're done, as you can see, we have everything. We can click finish now. So we have that staircase done. It's really nice because we could just go right here, and we could go on this side or this side, but either way we cannot go here because we're going to have some curve here. And then I just want to align this AL. There we go. And then make sure this one aligns as well. Want to see how this one looks. That looks really good. I like the way that shows. I'm going to add a model text so that we are good already. Pick a path and then just place it right here for now. So once we add this, we can then edit type, duplicate. This will be house number, and then you can change the text font and those kind of stuff. So 50. Let's change something different. And as you can see, we have that one. Change the material. We could put a metal material right here. Can use this, apply, OK, and then the depth 50 as well. We could change the height to maybe 200, and then the text, let's change it to 55. Water drive. I'm going to change this one now to maybe 100. Yeah, that looks good. I could just place it right here we could add in lighting scones here, something we can do later on to make it look nicer. And then I want to add a gate here, so let's go to south elevation, and I'm gonna select this wall, edit profile, and I'm just going to create an opening, something like that. Delete this, and then SL, delete this one as well, TR, trim and extend, and then click finish. And then we could create a model in place, and then generic model, set it, pick path, and then select this wall. We're gonna do an extrusion from here. I'm going to offset this to maybe 10 to make it nice with the gap, and then this one as well right here with the gap. There we go. And then offset this to probably 100, not 100, that's too much, 50 only, or 25. Spacebar to change orientation. So that looks good. Click finish. Change it to a metal material again. Pull it up, or this one, and then apply OK. Go to 3D and then extrude it to the proper location. There we go. So that is fine there, but we need to add some brace there. So I'm gonna create again. Let's select this and then create another extrusion. We should have the same materials as we have here. I'm just gonna copy that, put it there, set, pick path. I'm gonna set it right here. Select this, and then click finish. Go to 3D, pull it up to the top, align it AL, there we go, and then go back to ground. We could select this and then array, and then what we can do is add here first, so last, and then here around maybe 13, and then it will give the gap that we want. Press OK, and then let's copy this, and we could do the same thing. So array, maybe this one is 5, and then copy it on this. And then if you see 3D, it will look like that. So I'm happy with this. I'm gonna click finish. And there you have it. We have the gate created on that part. And then we have the stairs, and then the model text created. So thank you for watching and hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In today's video, we're gonna continue working on part 15 of this house build. Let's get started. So in the last video, we were able to add our model text, and even we have the stairs right here and then the door on this side. Now we're gonna continue working on this. What I want to do is I just want to select some of these walls that are over here. Just click them and then select the floor, and then they will disappear. They will basically adjust. Also, I want to select this floor right here. I want to edit this and change it to gypsum. Or let's just look for it. And let's just add that gypsum wallboard material, and at the same time we could just change the one at the top, because that's the only thing that we need to change. And then also I want to add an extrusion only on this side, only at the top side of this carpool or carport. So we're going to basically change all of those, and then let's just go to our level 2 and then create or turn on our underlay to level 1. And then we're gonna be able to see the layout, and then here, model in place, generic model. I want a extrusion, and then here I want to change this to a wood material. Apply OK. And then that's where we start. And then up to here, I believe. And then we could just pick this path right here and then delete the things that we don't need, and then we need to clean up as well. And then here we could delete this, and then we can pick this line right here, trim it, and then trim this. And let's see how this one looks. Maybe this one's over right there. Click finish, go to 3D, and we could just pull this one down, because we could change it later on. AL, align it on top of this face, and then pull it there. So -200, and then we put it at -210. So now everything is added there. We could change up over on this side only. AL, align it to this face right here. And that's about it right there. we could double check, and then I just want a wood material only on this part, and it's actually hard to just set everything up because we need to split them, and then here, especially here, because this is a model in place, you need to edit the in place before you can add in the paint. So that's why it's easier for us to just add this extrusion part right here, and it will look cleaner. So now the next thing that I want to do is in this part, of course this is the first floor level. We cannot actually pull this one down all the way to the floor. So what I'm planning to do is add a planter there. So we could go to ground, and then we could just add something there. So generic model, and then extrusion, and then let's use rectangle, and then let's just add something here. Then we could just actually offset this to probably maybe 25, and then face it by clicking on spacebar to go inner. Go to 3D and then pull it up just about here, and that will be fine. That's good enough. Go back to ground. We could just, let's edit this and then just put this one all the way right here. Click finish again. Let's change the material because it needs to be a stone material. Apply, okay. So that's the stone, and then we need to create another one. This will be grass, and then let's add the grass extrusion in the middle, and then click finish and go to 3D to pull it up. And then of course we're gonna put grass and then some plants right here to go around here, and that will look nice. At least it doesn't look empty there. So now what we're gonna do is we're gonna add some decorative items right here. So I'm gonna go to ground, and I'm gonna close this off, and then I'm just going to add it on this part. We might add it on here, but that's something that we could do later on. So here I'm gonna do model in place, generic model, and then press OK right here, and I'm gonna do an extrusion, and this extrusion I'm gonna change the material to something wood. Click here, and then I'm gonna choose this one right here. Click apply, OK, and then I'm gonna copy this so that I could add the backing later on. And then I'm going to create something like this. I'm gonna start from here and just add something like here. So I'm gonna check this one, maybe 40, and then the width should be 30. So that's good enough. Click finish, go to 3D, and then pull it up like that. Align it on top of this, and then align it there. And then after this, I'm gonna go back to ground, select this, and then select array. You can type in AR, click last, and then we could do maybe 60 of this, and then click right here up to the end right here. And then I think 60 is good enough. Press OK. And then after this, let's go to 3D, and then we want to add the back for that. So I'm gonna do extrusion again, and then select set pick path, and then I'm gonna select this wall right here. I'm gonna select here, and then we're gonna do the wall, and then just put 10 right here. Click on finish, and then let's go to the ground to check if this one is all the way to the end. So let's just add it there, and that looks good. I just want to pull it back a little bit. And there we go. At least we have the backing already, and that looks good. Click finish. So now I want to add the same light that we have right here. So I'm gonna click on this, edit in place again, and I want to add it around here. So create, sweep, and then pick path. I'm gonna select the path that we create for the backing. And then there we go. And then I'm gonna click finish, edit profile, and I'm just going to create a small rectangle here, or even a square only, maybe 5 by 5, and then you want to make sure to change the material to luminaire, and this one, glass white, high luminance. Press OK, and then OK again, and then OK, and it created this lining right here that if we make it glow, it will look really nice on this model. So that's nice. I don't want this one to be too much in depth, so I'm gonna change it to 25 instead, but it's still the same width and height, only the depth is what we change, and that looks good. We could put in some plants here, probably those bamboo trees on Twinmotion. It's really nice to add it here. And then let's add something on this side now. I'm just going to add maybe the same material. So edit in place. This material is maple semi-gloss. So I'm going to create an extrusion. Let's click on ground and go onto this area. So now click on create, and then extrusion, and then we add like a rectangle only here. I'm probably gonna put 100 by 100, and then you want to make sure this is around 3500. Click finish and copy it to this one, this part, and then copy both of them by holding on Control button and copy it onto this side. And then after this, I want to check 3D to see how it looks. that looks good. So I'm going to just add the beams. So extrusion, set, pick path or pick plane. I'm gonna choose this plane right here, but it's not something that is visible onto this. So I'm gonna select this again, pick path or pick plane, and select that one. And then here we could just add same thing, and then maybe extruded 100 as well. And then we have this part right here. Click finish, look at it in 3D and see how it looks. That looks good. Maybe we could change the height here to 3000 only. So that looks good. And then we're going to add our decorative. So we're going to create again, extrusion, and then we're gonna set it to this plane. There we go. And then let's add something right like that. Maybe 80 for the depth. I'm going to add it onto this part right here, and then click finish. Look at it on how it looks. So that's good enough for me. Go back here, and to select that, choose array, click last, and then type in 14 and add it onto the last part. We could increase it to maybe 16 to change the depth, or maybe let's just put it 20 to have a nicer look. And then after this, let's add a void so that it looks nicer. So now I'm just gonna go to probably north elevation and see if it's visible, which is it is. And then we're going to create a void extrusion, pick a plane, and then we're gonna select this plane right here, and we could just do a rectangle first. And then after this, we could add something like this there, and then something like that, and then trim this side now, and then click finish. And then let's go back to 3D to extrude it more. So select that right there, and then click cut geometry and select this one. We just need to keep on selecting them. You need to know that you want to cut the void form. And then once you're done, let's check the visual. If it looks good, then we're done with this. So this one looks good. I like the way this, and then we just need to change the I think we need to change this extrusion right here. Change the extrusion part to start -1000. Click apply to go all the way down, and then click finish. So that looks good. So I'm happy with the way this one. So we're gonna stop here for now and continue in the next video. Thank you for watching and hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In today's video, we're gonna continue working on part 16 of this house build. Let's get started. So in the last video, we were able to create this wall right here, and also we added this pergola at the back for the swimming pool part. Now we're gonna continue working on this, and the one thing that I want to do is to add in our grass part right here. So let's go to ground, and then from here we can also go to site, and then from here we could go to massing and site, and then we're gonna add a topo surface. Click on it, and as you can see, you can change elevation here, you can change the material as well. So let's place those points right now, and we're going to begin placing it at a 0 elevation. And then from here, what we can do is we can increase it a little bit, so at least 20 increase, and then 40 going up, and then 60 here, going back to 20, $100, and then I just want to see it, so let's go to 3D and see how it looks. As you can see, we can change this to a grass material, and because I want to offset this so that it's flush right here, as you can see, it's still at the top of this one. So that's because we offset this not just in. So maybe I need to negative offset this to 600, because that's the way we started in our elevation. So if you know, of course, the site will create it in 0 and then up to the ground. So we need to start it from ground. So we need to put it at -600 and going up. So that's easy to do. You just need to go to site again, select this, and edit surface. What you can do is one by one, you can put -600 right here into your elevation. And then it will curve it by itself. And we just want it to be good enough, and then to see it, how it corresponds to our site right here. So now at least you can see that it went down. It's not fixated to that spot. We can fix the way it looks. So now it's going up a little bit. We could put this one at 200 now, and then this one maybe 300, and we just need to pull it up. Maybe here we could put 400, and basically we just need to keep on pressing it all the way to the top and go back to site. We could add more. So place point, let's put at least 400, and then 500, and then 600. Let's put negative, and let's add more right here. Negative 500, negative 400, and then let's look at it. You want to make sure that you have negative 600 on this part, so that it connects to our street right here. And definitely we're gonna do the same thing on the other side. Let's add a little bit more here. I could just put negative 400, negative 300, negative 600 again here, and the curve is the one that we want to showcase. I'm going to refine this part right here, maybe negative 400 here. Or I'm gonna add in a little bit more there. So place point, that's 0 there, and then negative 200, and I just want it to be a little bit nicer with the curve. Especially right here, because I can see that adding this would make it nicer in terms of the look. I just don't want it to be very sharp. That's why I'm adding those things up. And then obviously we're going to clean it up later on. And then let's go to the other side. Let's add in another one. Masking inside, topo surface, and we're going to start with negative 600 from here. And then let's add in gradually negative 500. And then 400. $600 here again. $300 here. $200. And then negative 100. And then we go 0. That's too much there. I don't want it to be crossing, that's why I'm doing it one at a time. And then click finish. And this one is very subtle. There's still a bump, but that's good enough. I'm planning to add a little bit more here. So, and plus I'm going to put grass here. I want the bulk here. So I'm going to go here and then place point. I'm going to put negative 400. And then here 200. Planning to just add maybe 100 instead. Or just 0. Then I could just make it bigger. So I think this is good enough because we're going to add grass here and it's uneven. We could put in some stones. So I'm good with this. Now let's do an add at the back. And I really want it to be very high. Something like up here so that the view will look like this. Also, let's put this one to negative, or maybe at the ground 0. Let's put it at 0 level. We could edit this now and just spread it all over there. We could nudge it. Let's not nudge it, so let's just move it all the way right here. And I'm just going to edit this so that we have everything is connecting. There we go. And here as well. So now this one looks good. I'm planning to just add in maybe a sidewalk to make it look nicer. So let's go back to site. So from here we already have around, I believe 600 already is the highest point. So let's go and add from 600 somewhere right here and even across. If it's going over, that's fine, that's our point. Go 700. I want to see it the way this one goes or lifts. I'm probably going to undo this. Let's undo this because I don't want, I'm just going to start from the bottom, and this is the one at the top portion. Topo surface, I'm gonna put 0 first. I'm gonna start from here. So we have some places that are high and some places that are low. We can even put this one to -400 if that will cover it. So that's fine there. And then in this part we are good, only in this part. And then I'm going to pull it up. $200. $300. $600. $800. $900 here. And then a significant height. $2,000. And then let's put 2,200. $3,000. Significant jump again. I'll put this one at 4,000. 5,000. $7,000. You skip 6,000, and then let's see how it looks. $8,000. And then the view is going to be really good. We're going to have that view right there. Probably one more. 9,000. And then finish. Change it to grass. And click apply. So that's how it looks. So I'm just going to go to the ground and take an image. So we're gonna use this camera, and we're gonna see how this one will look once we have everything. So I'm gonna extend this one so that it could look beyond this. And then there we go. And then let's put it in realistic. At the moment, it's very subtle, the way the increase of the topo surface at the back. But that's good enough for me. And then we could put some trees at the back as well. So thank you for watching, and hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In today's video, we're gonna continue working on part 17 of this house build. Let's get started. So in the last video, we were able to create the topo surface. And then now we're gonna continue working on this. So what I want to do is, we created a 3D view. So I think this is 3D view number 2. I want this one to be my starting view every time I open my this Revit model. So I'm just gonna go to manage and then click starting view, and I will choose this. So this one is the 3D view number 2, and then press OK. So every time we open this, this will be the look that we're gonna first see. After that, what I want to do is I want to add the sidewalk. So let's go to ground again, and then here we're going to add a model in place. Let's choose generic model, and then press OK, and then OK. I'm gonna create an extrusion. I'm going to extrude it 150, and then select a concrete material. And then here, I'm just going to add it something like that, around 2000. And then here we could just fillet arc it like that. And then click on finish and see it in 3D. That looks good. We can even add a sweep here. So I'm gonna create a sweep and then click and select the path. Click finish, edit profile, and then we're going to use this. This is 150, so let's go 150. And then I just want it to be angled or curve at the end there around 35. So click finish and then finish again. Then what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna go to ground, I'm gonna select both of them, and I'm going to mirror it. Delete, and we could just add this one again on this side. And then go to 3D, and here we need to change this one to a different concrete material, or else that's going to glow. So I'm gonna copy this so that I could create the same sweep into this part right here. And then curve it 35. Click finish and then finish, and change this material right here, the one that we copied, and that looks good. What I'm gonna do as well is to fix this, because there's a gap there. It's not noticeable, but I don't want any gap, so I'm gonna place a point, or maybe I could just adjust this. This is -600. Okay, and then I'm gonna place it somewhere there. Click finish, and that fixed the problem that we have there, so I'm good. So next thing we're gonna do is we're going to add some pot lights. In the earlier video, we already downloaded it. You just need to go to part 1 description. It will be the second link there. So I'm gonna use pot light face base square. So what you need to do is just add it to those locations. Add it right here as well. And then let's go at the back and let's add it on to this one as well. I just need to add it here and it will appear there. And we can manipulate that. So we already have it here as well. So I'm gonna use this because we are already added there. So now let's go to level 1 and see where we can see it. And as you can see, we have this one right here. We're going to center it and then copy, and then we're going to copy it at every 1000 millimeters. Click multiple and then just keep on typing 1000 all to the end. And then I'm going to copy this and then move it centered. I think that's good enough there. And then here, where the carport is, let's start from here first. So here is where the entrance is. I'm gonna copy this every 1000 as well to make our life easy. Copy it again. And then put it in the middle. And then I'm gonna copy that towards right here on this side and then nudge it in place and then copy it maybe around 2000, every 2000 from here. Copy it right here, 1000, and then copy this. This is 2000, maybe 2000 here as well, so that everything is aligned properly and it looks consistent. Let's go to ceiling plan level 2, and we just need to center this. Copy CO 1000, 1000, and then 1000 here. And then let's just copy this one over onto this side as well. And actually, because we place it on a model in place, that's why it's acting up. So we're just going to manually add it as well, 4 of them, and then just center it a bit, and I think that's good enough. And then lastly, onto this part, we're going to copy this, nudge it, put it in place like that, and then type in 1000 and 1000. I'm going to nudge it in place like that and see how it looks. So we have lights there, and also here at the top, and then right here as well from the bottom, and then right there. I'm going to click paint under modify and then asphalt, shingles. I'm going to select this one right here to be actual shingles, and then I want to add a cone here, so let's model out a cone. So a wall mounted lighting right here. Let's just do a very simple one. we could go to our south elevation, and then here we can model this one right here. Let's side this one right here, and then go to model in place, generic model, and then let's select extrusion, pick a plane, and then this wall right here, and then just a simple one that we could just add. Let's change this to a metal material. Pull up something that we haven't used yet. So maybe copper, or no, for this one, we haven't used this one yet. And then click finish. I want to see it. This is too much, so I think where we add is just maybe around 60 only for an extrusion part like that. And then go back to south elevation, and then here we're going to extrude this again. Pick plane, same plane, and then we're going to do this one small one, and then 60 as well. And then here is the luminance. Click finish and look at it at 3D. And then I just want to curve this, so I'm gonna use a void extrusion. Set it, pick a plane, and then select this side right here. And then after that, I'm gonna do my void right here. I'm probably going to curve this, something like that, and then remove some of this right here. There we go. Click finish, and then here you just need to go over this and then cut geometry. And then now here we need to move this all the way there, and then cut geometry. We just need to go back to south and then copy this so that we have both of the side like that. And then click finish. I want to double check if this has the curve, so that's good. And we have that one, and it's gonna be lighting down onto our street number and name. You already have a light here, and then this one is good as well. I also want to add a grass part on this side as well, so let's go to ground and then select this CS, and let's see, CS, add this grass right here. What we need to, I think number 3 is the grass, so let me double check. No, not number 3, maybe number 4. Yeah, number 4 is the grass portion, and we're going to add grass on this one as well. And why not add another sidewalk onto this part? I'm going to mirror this, delete element, add it in place, delete this, and then edit this extrusion right here. Trim this one, and then I'm gonna click finish here again. I just want to know what material I use here again, and then copy that so that it's easier for me to know. So that we can apply it here as well. Edit in place, sweep, pick path, select this one right here, look for where the cursor is so that you can create your profile or your design, and then make this fillet arc, and this one is 35, so that's perfect right there. Click finish and then finish, and then here let's put in the same concrete material as we have on the other side. So that's done there. I also want to change the material for our curtain wall right here, or our railing curtain wall / curtain wall. So what I'm gonna do is I'm going to select one for now. So once it's selected, you can click on it and then edit, and then I'm gonna duplicate this. This will be my glaze number 2, and then change the material finish. So here, let's go on class, and we have different kinds right here that we can pull up, and then click apply, OK, and then OK. So now the only task you need is selecting this or clicking on tab and then changing this to a glaze number 2. So as you can see, we have a 2 different glass right there. So at least you will see there's a change in materials there, and most of the time that's good so that we can assess what we want here, and there will be a contrast on difference there. So we're gonna stop here for now and continue in the next video. Thank you for watching and hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In today's video, we're going to continue working on part 18 of this house build. Let's get started. So in the last video, we were able to finish modeling. So now what we're going to do is I'm going to show you how to create the sheets. So now here under sheets, you can right click on this and click on new sheet. We have A0 metric already loaded. If you click load, we have more title blocks right here, so you can choose whatever size you want. I'm gonna choose A0 metric, press OK, and it will create this first sheet here. It will be called A101. It's up to you if you want to change this, but I just wanted to leave like that, and Revit will synchronize everything once we create new sheets in the future. So now here, owner will be ACD, and then project name, you can put house first, and then it's up to you to load all this information right here. So now I'm gonna add more sheets, so I'm gonna click on new sheets again and choose the A0 metric. So as you can see, it will create sheets. You can go to each sheets and you can double click here to change this, and or double click here to change this. So here we could go cover sheet like that. You can also do this here. So you can change the number and then the name as well. Here we're gonna do first floor, and then second floor, and then elevations, and then another elevation. So here in cover sheet, as you know, we have 3D view number 2, the one that we created earlier. If you go to view, we could render this so that we could show this as our cover sheet view. So click on render, and we have draft settings. So that's the minimum that you can set for the quality, and then you can go higher. Of course, the higher it is, the much longer it is to render. So I'm just gonna do draft. You can change this if you want exterior sun only, exterior sun artificial, so it's really up to you to decide which you want here. Of course, this is exterior, so I'm gonna put sun and artificial. And then add exposure is something that we're gonna do after we do the rendering. So if you're ready to render, just click on render, and then it will render it itself. Usually it will just take a couple of seconds for the draft setting. So let's wait for it so that I can show you how fast it is. And then if you want to do changes, for example, you could do add exposure, and then you could set this one to be brighter or darker, shadows, and then saturation and those kind of stuff. Once you're good, click on apply, and then it will show those things. I want to make it warmer a little bit, and then press OK. And then of course we're going to save our project. You can also export it. So I'm gonna save our project, and it will create a rendering side right here, which is it created it. And we could go to our cover sheet and then drag and drop rendering. Of course, we don't like the title for this, so we could just remove that. And then here we could maximize the size of the rendering and double click. And then you can nudge it in place. And then what we're gonna do next is we're gonna create a sheet list. You go to schedule, right click on this, and then click on new sheet list. What we're gonna add first is the sheet number and then the sheet name. Once you're good, press OK. It will create this. Let's go to cover sheet and then open this up and then drag and drop. We can expand this so that everything looks good. Of course, we need to make it better, so we can go and double click here and click on edit appearance. I don't want any blank row right here, so I'm gonna uncheck that. I'm gonna leave everything else, but I'm going to change the height of this text to be around 7. The header should be around 5, and then here I want it to be 4. Press OK, and then that will be the look. We can put this one as drawing list, and then go back to cover sheet, and you can maximize this space. And then there you go. So if you do any changes on your sheet, it will automatically change right here, so you don't need to worry. If you add one, it will add one. If you delete one, it will delete. If you change any of the numberings and any of the names, it will be changed already here. So whatever you do here will be done on this drawing list, so you don't need to worry about it. So now let's go to our first floor, and we want to drop down level 1. We want to see how big it is. As you can see, it's very small. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna undo that, go to level 1, and what we need to do is to make this big. So I want 1:50. I want to just showcase this, so I'm gonna click on crop view, crop region visible, and annotation crop. So here we could just showcase the ones that we need to showcase, not everything. And then once we're here in first floor, we could just drag and drop, and see that fits very good. But if you notice, I want it to be first floor in this name, but I don't want to remove level 1 here because it will ruin the sequencing. So what you do is click here, and then you just need to change the name in the title on the sheet. So I'm going to put first floor. I want it all caps, and then select here and then click apply. Now it will change the name here, but it won't change in the floor plan. So that's what I want. I also want to have a border line, because this border line is not going to show once we're printing, because this is just the crop region visible. So it will look like this once we're printing it. So in order for us to have a border, you can go to annotate, detail line, and then thin line. Usually you want to be like, for example, maybe 20 by 20, and then so you have the border of 20 around here, and then delete this, and then notch this one in place to make it look nice and professional. And then here we could just clean it up, press escape, select the view, and then drag and drop here, or just drag the line so that you can fix the line right there. And then I'm going to go to second floor, but before I go there, I'm gonna click on tab, select here, and then copy, so that I don't need to do the measurement anymore. And then click play, paste, Control V, and then just put it in that location. Click finish, and then go to level 2. We need to fix it so 1:50 so that it looks much better. And then go back to second floor, and then drag and drop and place it in the middle. Press escape, select this title, drawing title, and then select here again, and then drag that one. And we need to change the naming here, so select this view again, and then here we need to change it to second floor. Select here on the side and click apply, and then drag it there. And then now go to elevation, and we need to go in these elevations as well. So if we just drag and drop it, what will be the look? So it looks small, and then this is not necessary anymore, so I'm gonna undo that. Let's fix this so that it looks good. So 1:50. You can drag it up, and then let's select all this crop, view crop region visible, and then annotation crop, and then just move it so that you just show the things that you need to show. So now if we go back to elevation and see how it looks, it will look like this, so much better. So now we need to go to north, change this to 1:50, select all of this, and then move the crop view, and then go back and drag and drop. And that's how it looks now. Let's go to south again. So change the scale. Make sure to crop this. And then go to elevation, drag and drop. And lastly, west elevation, and then go to west elevation. And what I want to do is I want to actually add one more sheet for section. And then here in one of the elevation, I can pull this one up so that the view change as well. And then we just need to go to sections and change those. I want to show you guys the cover sheet and the drawing list. As you can see, it created section without us changing anything. And then go to section. Let's clean this up. So close inactive, click section so that we could add that, and then here go to section, and then you can maximize the spacing. So something like this is good enough. Change the scale to 1:50, and then here we could just showcase this one as well, and then 1:50 here, and then maximize the view, and then here just go to section and then drag and drop each of the sections. So as you can see, it's very easy to create all of this. And then now let's print this one. So click on your computer printer. I have a cute PDF writer, so I'm gonna select that. I don't actually have a printer, but it will just create my PDF. You always want to combine it, or else it will be separated files. So you want to make sure once you select the views, you pull this one back, or else it will be separate. Select here, uncheck this, and then check all. So all of this are our list of sheets, so that's perfect. I'm going to save this and then call this one full set. So every time I need a full set, it's already set right here, or preset already. You can do each and every one, or you can even do save as on different sheets that are not included and included. So that's on you, and sometimes it's easier for you to set this so that everything is ready already. So I'm gonna do that and click OK, and let's wait for it to finish. And then once it's finished, just save it, and then let's look at it. And as you can see, that's our cover sheet. This is our first floor, second, our elevations, and then we have our section. So thank you for watching, and hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In today's video, we're gonna continue working on part 19 of this house build. Let's get started. So in the last video, we were able to create the sheets and we finalized everything. Now what we can do now is to go to Twinmotion. But before we do that, let's go and put this one in Fine. We want to make sure you put it in Fine so that everything will show up. And then after that, click on Save and go to Data Smith, and then we need to export. And then we can go to our Revit file. You can put it here. You can rename it whatever you want, and then just save it. I'm also going to go to my Twinmotion plugin just to open up your Twinmotion. But if you have, you can just double click on your Epic Games account and then sign in. So let's wait for it to open and synchronize. And then we're going to import our model into Twinmotion. So once it's open, you can close this down. See latest rendering created by, so you can click this if you want to see other renderings by other people. So now we have this. We could remove our starting base. We don't need that. And then we could go to import and go to our folder. So just go to our folder right here, Revit file, and then select this Datasmith right here, click on open, and then just leave everything else and then click import. So as you can see, we have our model. Let's go to our starting ground and let's just pull it down and leave it like this. And then what we can do next is to go to our materials. Before that, we could save this first, just to be sure that we don't miss anything if this crash. So here we can put house and then save it. and go to File again, just to sign in to Epic Games. So once we're signed in, we'll be able to use Sketchfab, Adobe, Megascan, and anything that we need to use. So now let's go to materials, click on glass, zoom it here, and then we could use this one right here, go on this side and change the tint or the color, and then increase the opacity. And then after that, let's go and add the clear glass again right here, and then change the opacity as well. This one, we're gonna put it into really dark tint, and then opacity, so that we could see the difference between them. And then after that, we could go to materials again, go to metal, and we could use aluminum for this. Let's see if it's already set up. So select this material picker, select this, and this is already aluminum in material. Let's change the color to something dark, and you want to make sure that your metallic is up to 100. So that's good right there. I'm going to use that metal materials. Because this one, I want the color here the frame to be black as well. Now let's check. I want the glow here. So go to material, neon, and let's set this one. I'm gonna put it back and then zoom in. I want to make sure that we add this properly. And then give it some glow. Not sure what's going on. I'm gonna change my speed to maybe 3. Not sure why it's blinking. I'm gonna undo this and see what's going on. I'm gonna use material picker. This one needs to be like this, and then the glow, of course, but it keeps on blinking for some reason. I don't know if just something like that for now, and I wanna change that. Let's go to ambience, camera, and you want to make sure the camera effect, this one should be always checked. FX, color gradient to be blue tint, and then here none for this. Rendering, lumen, Optimize, path tracer. Let's see how, if it's still blinking. Okay, and then set this one to low for now. I'm just worried about this one because how come it's blinking? Maybe I put the wrong one, so maybe I put the strobe, yeah, not the neon. I just want this neon, not this one. So within the globe, yeah, that's why it's, for some reason it's like that. $800 glow, and let's check this one later on. I think that's good enough. This is a metal as well, of course. I might just get the aluminum material picker on that and add this one right there. And then maybe decrease, make it darker actually. I think that's good enough. So actually, instead, I'm gonna add my own. And I just want it to be matte, but black. Not too shiny, so that's good. But here, I'm going to material pick again and add this one, metal there. For the wood, I want this one to be changed. Change the scale here. That looks good. And then this one needs to be one of the veneer. And I want to change the rotation to 90. There we go. And then scale it up. That looks good right there. And then maybe this one as well. And then we need to change this part right here. Change the scale here. There we go. Now that looks like a nice deck there. We can even just put maple. That's fine. And then the color of this is fine as well. I want to change this material right here as well to a black. that's fine there. Then we have grass there and right here. And this one should be black as well. I'm gonna leave this as white, so we're going to wall covering, or I want maybe concrete material on this. Yes, maybe a concrete material. So we have concrete here and then satin white there. Yeah, that's fine. I liked it. I like the way it looks. So concrete, wood, and just a white cement. I think I could get that white cement into Megascan. Surface, concrete, painted concrete wall. I want to use this one. I'm gonna try this weathered and paint wall right here. And actually this one as well, I want to change this to black. So now painted wall, so that's good. Painted wall, and then here painted wall as well. I just want to check this one. I don't like the pattern, and this one as well. I just like the subtleness of that one, so I'm gonna choose that. And then here, painted wall as well. So those are the combinations that I want. And then go back to materials and then concrete. I'm gonna use soft concrete right here. And then I like the way that looks now. Let's see if a polished concrete will look nice. I think this one is much better. And then ground man-made, and we're just going to add this one right here for the sidewalk. And then here for the gutter. That's fine. And then maybe a cobblestone on here. rotation 90, and then scale it up. So that looks good. And then I just want to see the rendering look. So that looks good right now. I want to change so go to ambient environment and let's turn on HDRI environment backdrop, and then let's height offset, size, and then we could change this background right here. Outdoor. Let's do, we're already doing approaching storm, and this one I'll just do this one for now. I could do, I'm going to rotate this. And then having that background right there. That looks good. I'm happy. And as you can see, the way this one looks now, we need to lower the intensity of our lights. So usually I just use maybe 5, and then let's see how that one bounce. Yeah, this one is good enough for me. I'm gonna do this like that, and then in the next video we're gonna add some lights. So thank you for watching and hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In today's video, we're gonna continue working on part 20 of this house build. Let's get started. So in the last video, we were able to send this to Twinmotion. We added some materials, and then now we're gonna continue working on this. So what I want to do next is to add material on this. I'm gonna choose one of the stone material, and then scale it a little bit, and then after that we need to add lights. So I'm gonna use spotlight to add lights on top here. Click on tab to change this, and then change the speed. Knowing that we space this out 1000, it's going to be easier for us to do. Color temperature has been changed, and then this intensity we want to make it at 5. and then hold on shift, copy it, and this will be 1 meter, and then there's 3 more added. Then we want to make sure to just add another one, put it somewhere right here. That's fine right there. Once we're center it, we're going to copy it again, every 1 meter and 3 more. So that's already added. We need to go here and add this one as well. Very important is the change in intensity, because that's important right there. We need to set the intensity so that it doesn't show too much. And then here, copy it every 1000, and then I think 3 more. We missed this one right here, 1000, and then we're just going to do the other. Fix this one, make sure this one is centered, and then add 1000, 4 more. And those ones, just add 1 more right here, and then we need to add it 2000 from the back. So that's 2, and then there's 3 more, or 2 more. There we go. So it got added there, so I'm happy. And add here 2, then 2. There we go. Let's add it. Let's also add it right here. We need to change the intensity for the lumens. So there. So that's 5 again. And then just add it on the other side. So hold shift and then add it, and then just fix. We can change this one to 10 just to show at least. And then let's go at the back to do this part right here. Then here, let's change it to 5 again, and then add 3 more. And then lastly here, let's add 1 more to this line. That looks good. 5, and then we have at least maybe 7 more. We just need 1 more. There we go. And I just want to double check how it looks. So that looks good now. Let's go and select this light right here. So all these fixtures, we need to change the intensity. So I'm going to make this one maybe 10, and then the temperature to lower down. And then we have this 4 right here, specialty. As you can see, it's very high. We're just going to adjust it to 10 to make it look nicer and not to overpower it. I'm gonna put this one to 10 or 5. And if we do it again, let's do rendering. This one looks nice. After this, save it. And then what we can do is we could add some foliage. So I'm going to scatter and then go right here on vegetation, and then grass, long grass, wild, and clovers. Oops. So select them and then click here, and then as you can see, we can add so the good thing about this is it's only going to scatter to the portion that you click on. So if it's grass and then it's one per portion, it will just add on those areas. But as you can see, it's not perfect. So now we're just going to manually add those on that part because it's really hard. There we go. And then here we could do detailed grass or bushes. Let me try and add, I'm going to paint this diameter, make it very small. There we go. And then add those long grass again. There we go. So the paint, you have more control. As you can see, it's still not perfect, but it's much better than the other part because it's going all over the place. There we go. And we could add some grass here or bushes. I actually want to add bamboo here. Golden bamboo. So that looks good right there. There we go. Just want to make sure that there's nothing It's actually all of them. Some of them are not actually sticking to it, so I'm just going to shift and then maybe add more. There we go. It's easier to just add it there. So I'm good with that. We can add some rocks here. That's too big. I want something that is a little bit flat. Something like that, but we could just lower a little bit down. And then maybe a big rock at the back. There we go. And then just lower it down. So it looks like it's included. There we go. I just added a little bit more there to give it some life. And then here we're going to add some trees. I'm planning of adding one specific tree only, and this will be it. I'm gonna do a scatter or paint, Japanese, density 100, paint, and then make the diameter big. And then I'm gonna add more onto this side. That's for reflection, especially on the front elevation. So that will help that. And maybe I'm just going to manually add this. I'm gonna change the speed to number 4 now. Change the speed to 5. And that looks good right there. We can have the image like this. Zooming in, and then we can see more of those. So now let's create our media. So I'm gonna create an image like that. Change the speed again to 3, and then here we could have an image on this. Let's look at it at high. I want to set up the exposure. I'm gonna quit first. I want to set up the exposure right here and set up how it will look like. So ambience, time of day, FX, blue tint, camera, vignetting. This one is very important. Rendering, quality, shadows, bias, bounce count, optimize, lumen, path tracer. Looks like everything is good. And then I'm just going to change something like that. And then make the exposure high, and then I'm gonna double check first how this one looks. Make it to high. Change the exposure. Intensity change. So I uncheck this. Okay, so that's good. So we could save this. And then I'm just going to create another image. So that it will be consistent on all. Okay, so I think we could just set this one up, and then we could delete this. We don't need this one. I'm fine with this now. And then every time we move it, we set this one right there, move it back to high, move it back to high as well. And then here, front. And then here, middle. And then here as well. I'm gonna delete some trees here because I want to show the difference of height. And then here on camera, I'm going to change the focal length. There we go. Change here as well. And then I'm just gonna quit here, and then going to remove some of here. The change in height should be showcased. So that looks good. I'm happy with that. Save this. And then I'm going to create a video. I'm going to quit media and then click video. And then here, I'm going to create the video. So click here. Change the speed so that it's not overpowering, so 4, and then click that, zooming in, 7 seconds, click here, just leave it 10. That's 4 seconds. And then that's 7 seconds. I'm also going to add a car. I forgot to add a car here. Just going to change the color. Then I'm just going to rotate this. And maybe add some spikes. And then let's continue here. Six seconds. And then add another one going out. 6 seconds again. And then going out from here on this side. I think that's it. You go right here, duplicate it, and then you rename it, show real, and then this one is for my shorts, and then change the output here to 1000. And this one is 700. And sometimes you should review it to see how it looks. I think that's good enough. And then you just need to export it. Image, select all, and then here on video select all, and then make sure to save it first before exporting it so that you don't lose anything, and then start export. Let's put it right here, select folder. So thank you for watching and hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below.